Good evening, council members, mayor. This is Jeremy Fokino. Welcome to the regular meeting of the City Council, successor agency to the Culver City Redevelopment Agency Board, the Culver City Parking Authority Board, Redevelopment Financing Authority Board, and the Culver City Housing Authority Board. The time is 6:07, and I will do a roll call. Councilmember Fish,
Present.
Councilmember McMorrin,
Here.
Councilmember Vera,
Present.
Vice Mayor Puza,
Present.
and Mayor O'Brien.
Present.
Thank you.
You have to tell the public we're all of us are looking at a monitor of ourselves. Feels like a Zoom meeting right now. So I guess we're going to open the floor to public comment on closed session. Any comments?
We received notice that someone wanted to speak, and we're going to see if they're on the WebEx or in person. No. Robert Lefferts is not here, and he's not on WebEx. So therefore, we have no speakers for items on closed session. So we can entertain a motion to adjourn to.
Make a motion.
I guess.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember McMorrin. And we're going to do voice votes this evening. So how do you vote? Councilmember Fish,
Yes.
Councilmember McMorrin,
Aye.
Councilmember Vera,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza,
Aye.
and Mayor O'Brien.
Aye.
Let the record reflect that we adjourn to closed session at 6:09. We will see everyone back here for recognitions at 6:30 or sometime thereafter. Thank you. Yes, you can shoot this one.
Check. All right, great. Can we have members from Parks, Recreation, and Senior come on down? We're going to read a proclamation for Dr. Martin Luther King Day, 2025.
And we have some members from the MLK Junior
Hi
Committee.
there. Come on in. We're going to make room. It's going to be cozy. And for the public, we had planned to have an event on Saturday, but due to all of the events that are happening in Los Angeles with the fires, we thought it was in the best interest, out of respect to all the victims, to hold off on that for a little bit. I thank our committee for making that call and staff for agreeing there. So I'm going to go ahead and read this. The City of Culver City Proclamation, Dr. Martin Luther King Day, 2025. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a social activist and Baptist minister who played a key role in the American Civil Rights Movement, and whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s tireless advocacy for nonviolent resistance and social change continues to resonate globally, serving as a beacon of hope and a catalyst for positive transformation, and whereas the City of Culver City recognizes the need to model Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s pursuit of unity and justice to prevent all forms of discrimination, including systemic racism, and whereas the City of Culver City's diverse and growing population provides an opportunity to grow and develop concurrently with Dr. King's dream of equality, and whereas the ideals of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. reminds us to always meet anger with compassion in order to truly heal the hurts, right the wrongs, and change society. It is with the same spirit of forgiveness that we come together to bind the wounds of past injustice by lifting up one another regardless of race, gender, creed, or religion. And whereas the city of Culver City will commemorate the life and work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. by recognizing individuals at the Veterans Memorial Complex during Black History Month who participated in the Day of Service Project and Freedom and Beyond video contest planned by the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department in collaboration with the Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration and Juneteenth Celebration Advisory Committee. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California hereby proclaims Monday, January 20th, 2025 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the city of Culver City and encourages all citizens to recommit to being guided by Dr. King's light and by the charge of Scripture. Let us never grow weary in doing what is right, for if we do not give up, we will reap our harvest in due time. Dated this 13th day of January, 2025, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all the council members. Can I have someone say a few words?
Good afternoon, Mayor O'Brien, council members, and distinguished guests. It is with great honor and pleasure that I stand before you today as Vice Chair on behalf of the inaugural Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration and Juneteenth Celebration Committee. We gather not only to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but also to reaffirm our commitment to the ideals he so courageously championed. Dr. King once said, "Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others?" The profound question calls us to action, reminding us that the dream he spoke of is not a distant aspiration, but a call to work here and now. Here in Culver City, we see his dream alive and thriving in the vibrant tapestry of our community. We see it in our efforts to foster equality, inclusion, and justice. We see it in our schools where our educators inspire our youth to be bold. We see it in our neighborhoods where acts of kindness and solidarity remind us that we are stronger together. Dr. King believed in the power of love to overcome hate, justice, to right wrongs, and to heal the community. As we celebrate his legacy, let us reaffirm ourselves to these principles. Let us honor his dream by continuing to build a Culver City where every voice is heard, every life is valued, and every dream is possible. Together, we are the stewards of his vision. Together, we ensure that his dream is not just remembered, but realized. Thank you, Culver City, for carrying Dr. King's light forward. Let us march together, hand in hand, towards the beloved community he envisioned. Thank you.
Okay, can we have Miss Grace Elsie come on up? Okay, we have a certificate of recognition. In recognition of achievement, the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby awards a certificate of recognition to Grace Elsie, Miss Friendship 2024, Miss Los Angeles, Chinatown. On behalf of the City Council of the City of Culver City, congratulations on winning the title of Miss Friendship at the 2024 Miss Los Angeles Chinatown pageant. This title is awarded to those who exude friendliness, support, positivity, and genuine kindness throughout the pageant. Thank you for being a role model and inspiring younger generations of Culver City and beyond. And you are a resident of Culver City, yeah? Yeah, so this is why we're celebrating her, not just because she's this exemplary person, but because you're one of ours. So thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much. My name is Grace Elsie, and yes, I am serving on the current 2024 Miss Los Angeles Chinatown Court. Actually, the court is with me right now. We have the Queen of Miss Los Angeles Chinatown and Princess number 1 and 2. One of the reasons why I joined the Miss Los Angeles Chinatown pageant was to honestly really embrace my womanhood and my womanhood as a Chinese American woman. And so I'm so honored and privileged to represent Los Angeles Chinatown and Culver City. Thank you.
And then can we get some pictures with the entire court and queen? Stand behind.
I've got former Mayor McMorrin reminding me how things work here. Can I ask Mason Jacqueline from Troop 108 and Ellis Jacqueline from Troop 15 to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Those in uniform and veterans, please salute. Those not in uniform, please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Excuse any hiccups on my part, as this is my first time in this seat. I'm going to get started with the oral statement of land acknowledgement. We also have a longer version posted in outside the council chambers at City Hall if you'd ever like to read that. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of its histories and the identities of all Indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these Indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. And before we get started on our community announcements, or should we wait till after that for the statement on hate speech?
We can do it right now.
Let's do it right now.
Okay. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected.
Thank you. Any reports from council members? Councilmember Fish?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna try my best here to be brief, but it's been a long week. I almost feels like it's been multiple weeks. This is just general community announcements, right? Okay. Well, thank you all for coming, especially during such a trying time for so many of us. Even though the fires didn't, touch our city borders, I know we've all been impacted in many different ways. So the fact that y'all are, whether you're, here in person or remotely, that you're still staying engaged in your city right now is fantastic. Make sure to take care of yourself and your loved ones, as I know you are. Many of us know someone who lost everything, close friends, family. There are folks who contribute to our community every day. I know there are at least 3 CCUSD teachers and a member of city staff who lost their home. I think the outpouring of support for those folks just goes to show that our community extends beyond these borders. Anyone that contributes to our city and cares about the people here, you're also part of this community. There have been thousands of dollars raised for those families here, so that's really wonderful. And we've seen the community really rally around each other over the past week. I'm really grateful to Chief Powell and to the Culver City Fire Department for their services over the past week during, this catastrophe of unimaginable scale. Your communication with us was greatly appreciated in the public. Thank you to the mayor too for your communications. I really appreciate my colleagues who put together a list of resources, Councilmember McMorrin and Vice Mayor Puza. There were a lot of different drives happening at one time. I wish I had more to donate to all of them, but it was really a wonderful thing to see our community band together. Restaurants getting out free meals, gyms doing community days, free counseling. There were businesses here doing free counseling services. If you need a K95 mask, KN95 mask going outside, there's now, thanks to my colleagues, masks around the city. I think it's important that we make sure that we're prepared for if and when a disaster strikes. What are our city's evacuation plans? I know we're all going to be interested in that. How do seniors, folks with disabilities, and all of us, how do we leave in the event of a catastrophe? Because there's really no reason why this couldn't have happened to us. How do we mitigate those issues that are going to come from this, like tenants who are concerned about price gouging, right? There's right now, if that happens to you, if you're wondering if your rent increase is legal, I would contact the city's rent control hotline. It's been helpful to me in the past. And, you can, Councilmember McMorrin pointed out that there's a hotline too with the Attorney General's office, which you can contact. Homeowners, I know, are worried about whether their home is safe. You can go to CAL FIRE for resources on making your home more resilient to fires. I know that homeowners are worried about their insurance rates. We need to do more there. The state has issued a 1-year moratorium on insurance in fire areas, but these are just a few things on my mind right now. I'm really grateful that Vice Mayor Puzo and my colleagues unanimously agreed to bring back the item declaring climate emergency. Because this week really made the urgency of tackling climate change really apparent. And this should really serve as a wake-up call to all of us, right? That climate change is no longer this abstract threat somewhere in the distance. It's here, it's at our doorstep. And we need to do everything we can to prepare our city and our communities for more extreme weather and invest in sustainable infrastructure so we can benefit from those solutions. Our city is changing one way or another. We can either wait for the change to happen to us, or we can meet this moment by improving our land use policies, allowing more housing in our job-rich cities, reducing emissions, making it safer to get around with and without a car. That's the kind of things the topics I'll be focused on, and I really look forward to working with my colleagues to address this crisis. So just thank you for staying vigilant and engaged in the city. My heart goes out to all the folks who have been affected by the fires, folks who have family and friends who've been affected and impacted. We're here for you. I know my colleagues deeply care about you and your pain, and we see you, and we want to be a helpful resource to you however we can. So my door is always open. Please let me know if there's anything I can do, and let's be bold and tackle these challenges together. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
90 cities, my story. Thank you, Mayor. Happy New Year. I hope that y'all are taking good care. I just wanted to just amplify a couple of things or a few things. I've been really uplifting the county emergency website. I know we do have resources that you can locate at the culvercity.org website, but the LA County the LAcounty.gov/emergency is a really useful site that also has a link to recovery efforts for the county. So if you have folks who have been impacted, who are continually impacted, I know we're expecting some high winds coming online as well. And the Watch Duty app is also really helpful to see where the fires are in the spray. So I just wanted to amplify those as resources. I do want to, again, in this forum, thank our first responders. I also want to just shine a light on our incarcerated firefighters that make up, I believe, 30% of folks who are out fighting the fires. And so really grateful for their service as well. All of our Culver City staff, and of course, the Culver City community that has sprung into action to support our LA County neighbors. I just want to shine a light as well on our corporate neighbors here, Amazon and Sony, who very recently pledged $15 million to wildfire efforts. I'm grateful for them leaning in, and I know employees have been impacted. And just some of the local efforts at the Culver City YMCA in terms of volunteering and being a donation hub as well. As Councilmember Fish mentioned, myself and the Vice Mayor put together some city resources on our social medias, so you can look for more resources there if you're interested to sort of supplement the city resources. And as we think about safety, you know, price gouging is something from supplies to housing. I really do encourage folks to utilize that service. We want to make sure that folks are aware of issues that we might be seeing in our own community, as a lot of folks are displacing to our community as well. So please keep us abreast of any issues of price gouging that come along, and perhaps we can also just stand up something that allows for folks, for us to be aware of that outside of just emails. I also wanted to just amplify that this month of January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. There's also a day in this month. Since 2010, the president and the federal level have raised awareness about human trafficking, the overlaps with foster youth poverty, all of these things that we tend to criminalize folks that are victims of human trafficking. So I just wanted to uplift that. I'm not sure, I know AB 2020 passed last year under the leadership of Assemblymember Bonta. So I don't know what our protocols locally are for law enforcement and victims of human trafficking, but I just wanted to uplift that. I know it's not super top of mind because so much is going on, but I just wanted to uplift that for community members. Also, our LA County homelessness count has been pushed back. I also serve on the LAFTA body as a result of the ongoing wildfires that will be postponed until later in the year, hopefully in February or March, but I will keep folks posted. And for the last thing, our Congresswoman is amplifying Know Your Rights information because there's been increased reporting of Border Patrol and agents being in LA County. So there are certain rights that are available. I would direct you to her team in her office, and she is encouraging constituents to reach out at 323-965-1422 to report these instances, and there are certain rights that are available to you. So just making sure that folks stay aware and stay safe and that we take care of one another. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of brief announcements. I'm going to dispense with my normal community announcements in light of everything that's going on. And related to the tragic fires and whatnot that's happening, a lot of people have been asking about how we can help, how we can donate food, how we can donate clothing. And there's a resource that LA has set up. It's Emergency Network, losangeles.org. I've used it. I've been donating food through that, clothing, whatnot. It works. It works well. So I encourage anybody who wants to help out, who doesn't know the resources, it's enla.org. In light of that, I want to thank all the first responders, Chief Powell and your entire staff that have worked on this since day one tirelessly. My heart goes out to you, a debt of gratitude to all the first responders out there. An amazing job with dealing with what you have to, so I really commend you. Mayor, in light of that, do you mind if I just take a brief moment of silence for all those impacted by the fires, who lost lives, who lost property, who lost everything, and our first responders, a debt of thanks? Take a brief moment of silence.
Of course.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Booz.
Thank you, Mayor. Echoing the sentiments about the fire, once the fires are finally out, I've heard it might take up to 10 years to rebuild, and how, who knows how long that will truly take, and also just to heal, and how that will impact our city and how that might change some of our processes. It has been heartwarming to see our immediate community come together, from small businesses to restaurants, and nonprofit organizations. It's very easy to point fingers, but I hope we take the time to come together as we brace for another wave of high winds next week. Just want to echo the shout out to our firefighters and first responders who have been on the front lines. So thank you so much for your service. And just Happy New Year to everyone. It's a new year, new council, new energy. Congrats again to Councilmember Fish on being elected, to Councilmember McMorrin and Vera on being reelected. I look forward to working with them, and Mayor O'Brien this year as we take on existing issues and new issues affecting our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to reiterate what all my colleagues have said, thoughts on the victims of the devastating fires in Los Angeles County. It's unbelievable, the devastation that we've seen, thousands of homes and businesses destroyed, with many people's, all their worldly possessions gone. I can't imagine. I get emotional, several times a day thinking about this. I know that we're all going through that. So be sure that you're talking with people, and use whatever avenue you can to keep your mental health strong. It's really important. I also want to really underscore the tireless work of our first responders, our fire and our police. I don't know. I think the community and the nation at large is learning about the importance of mutual aid. And this is something that we provide to our neighbors in Los Angeles County all the time. It happens a lot. And this is a time where it's really needed. And I really appreciate our fire and police who are doing that. And I also want to point out that SoCal Hospital has been treating victims of the fire, mostly those who suffer from upper respiratory issues. So I appreciate them, and they also provided the masks that were distributed throughout the city. So thank you to SoCal Hospital. And I also really want to recognize the responsiveness of our fire and our police and our staff to the multitude of questions that have been coming from our community. I've fielded many questions that I didn't know the answers to, and it's really incredible. I can't imagine living in LA when you have a question and you desperately need to know, and where do you go, right? And how long will it take? And I reached out to Chief Powell probably, I don't know, a dozen times in the past week, and it was within minutes. And I was able to distribute that information. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate our staff for doing the same. They've been putting out all the blasts about information. It's really critical for everyone. I hope it gives the community a sense of security. And I also want to acknowledge that throughout this process, our emergency services have been evaluating everything in light of what we've learned about the things that have gone wrong with Palisades and Eden Canyon, and looking at ways that we can do things better. We have a great emergency plan that we just voted on and passed in council last fall, but it's always good to revisit, and this has been an opportunity for that. So thanks again to our staff and our fire and our police. Couple other things related. So many people have stepped up in the community, to help. One person, Culver City resident Dorothy Sad, reached out to the fire department with concerns about whether flare-ups could happen up in the Baldwin Hills area, Blair Hills, Culver Crest, and she's organized with the help of the fire kind of a watch system where people are participating and just keeping an eye out. They can't always, unless you have a property right up against the kind of basically the Sentinel Peak area where the oil fields are. It's from the public space, you can't really see what's going on out there. So I urge people who live adjacent to basically that wilderness to keep an eye out and definitely clear brush if it's on your property. And also, due to degraded air quality, I don't know if anyone knows this, but LA County has issued a moratorium on leaf blowing. So, please do not do that at this time. They haven't set a termination date. I'm sure they will let us know when it's safe again, but, please make sure your gardeners are at this time not using their leaf blowers. And also be sure to visit the city's website, culvercity.org. Right on the front page, there's a tab for news where you can get up-to-date information on what's going on with the fires. And if you click on the Contact Us tab, it has access to links for our email lists for specific departments or for every email you want to get from the city, to our social media pages, everything, so you can get up-to-date updates. And then finally, I really want to urge any residents who own ADUs and short-term rentals to consider offering your space for reduced rent to anyone who is displaced from the fires. Now more than ever, there's a shortage of housing. We lost 12,000 structures. And also the real estate agents, please work with your clients. Maybe you can all gather together. If anyone's listening, I'll definitely send emails to those that I know to urge your clients to rent, if possible, to whatever someone can afford who's been displaced by fire. And that's about it. Oh, one last thing. Our local YMCA and also the nonprofit organization Parks Project, they've been receiving contributions and donations for victims of the fires. So those are two great local organizations you can get to. And with that,
Mayor,
done.
Fire Chief Powell would like to make a community announcement.
Beautiful. We've set you up perfectly.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Ken Powell, Fire Chief here in Culver City. With me is Assistant Chief Roger Braun. First and foremost, my thoughts and prayers are with all the families and individuals who have lost so much during these recent wildfires. Currently, the Culver City Fire Department has 2 4-person fire engine companies and 2 chief officers assisting with the Palisades fire incident. They were deployed last Tuesday as part of the initial response to that fire. There is another Santa Ana wind event, which is supposed to start this evening. I would like to take this opportunity to remind our community and members to be prepared, stay informed, and adhere to any orders you may receive from our public safety departments. The fire department has added some staffing and are conducting regular patrols of our high fire hazard areas during this next Santa Ana wind event. The fire department is working very closely with the police department and the other city departments to make sure that our community is prepared if any incident should occur here. On our city website under the fire department, emergency preparedness, if you click on wildfire, there is very useful information and documents to help you better prepare in the case of a wildfire in your area. Please take the time to look through this and make sure you are ready in the event something should happen. That's the end of my report, Mayor. I don't know if there are any questions from council.
Any questions from council members? I think so. Thank you. Chief.
Thank you.
Any other reports from staff?
No more reports.
Okay. Guess now it's time for joint public comment. How many?
Mayor, prior to that, we did have an update for the homelessness emergency. That was item I-1, but due to the fires and the situation and staff's inability to be here, we are going to postpone that to another date. And then I'd like to know if you'd like to entertain receipt and filing of correspondence.
Thank you. Thanks for keeping me on. Can I entertain a motion?
Make motion.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Vera, a second from Councilmember McMorrin. How do you vote, Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Connor?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Now we move on to the consent.
I'm sorry.
Joint public. It's funny, I sit here for 2 years and I. Joint public comment?
We're doing joint public comment, and we have 20 speakers.
Okay, perfect. 90 seconds each.
Okay, we'll do 90 seconds per speaker, and I'll hand the phone over to the Deputy City Clerk, Deanna Allen, who will call.
Good evening. Our first 10 speakers will be Mariah Begg, Scott Davis, Emily B., Al the Zionist, Maria Adero, Mariah Fontaine, Michael Kopi, Jamie Black, Aiden Jaber, and Ronald Davis. So our first speaker is Mariah Begg.
And I have a timer here that I'll be starting for the 90 seconds.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Maria, and I'm a Culver City resident, and I'm here tonight with Culver City Residents for Peace, and I just wanted to give the council and also our community a recap of some of the things that we've been doing over the past few months. And most specifically, on December 9th, we held a candlelight vigil here at, well, I guess not here, at City Hall, in remembrance of the over 17,000 children that have been killed in Gaza since October 2023. And as part of that, we had, I think, close to 100 community members that came and participated, and we had moments of silence, and we had poetry readings, we had an oud player, we had Children recite letters that were meaningful to them and how they've been impacted by the ongoing genocide. And we also did a clothing and toys donation drive, and we collected over 200 toys and over 50 pairs of shoes and winter clothing that was donated here locally to the Grace Lutheran Church in honor of the children of Gaza. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the items and the clothes there, but there is absolutely a need for all of those items still here in Culver City. So we donated those to Grace Lutheran Church, and we also were able to donate them to the White Memorial Hospital's adolescent care post-surgery unit. We donated toys to them and also to the AltMed clinic in Southgate. So I just wanted to shed a light on the work that we're doing. We really are a community organization that is grassroots and is focused on peace, and we hope that everybody in the community will join us. Thank you.
City Clerk, is it possible to put the speaker's name on the screen? No? Okay.
Our next speaker is Scott Davis. Not seeing them online. Scott Davis, if you're online, please reach out to the clerk. Our next speaker is Emily D.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a Culver City resident for 25 years. I moved to Culver City because I thought it was a diverse city. But in the last 14 months, I have experienced nothing but discrimination and bigotry, exclusion, including posts on the unofficial Facebook group. Mayor O'Brien, they refused to post anything from me in the last year. I mean, anyways, before October 7th of 2023, from January 2023 until October, there have been 14 attacks on Christians alone in Palestine by Israeli settlers. The city didn't make any statements. But when October 7th happened, all of a sudden our council members are making statements about a foreign country and choosing to elevate one religion above all. When everyone in our city came here to explain to you that what you did was harmful, we were met with silence by some council members who pretend they care about equity. But I am grateful for Mayor O'Brien's effort to create a dialogue in our community to stop the division. However, I am highly concerned about the moderators Iraq is choosing for this event.
Thank you. Your time is expired. Our next speaker is Al the Zionist. Not seeing them in chamber or online. Our next speaker is Maria Adero.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Maria Odero. I've been a resident of Culver City since 1984 and of the area affected by the issue, which is C10 on the agenda, which is the parking permit for a particular area. I don't know if I'm...
This is items not on the agenda.
You called me. Would you like me to just wait until this goes? Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Mariah Fontaine.
Hello, I'm Mariah, Culver City resident, homeowner, and teacher at Culver City High School since 2009. I'm here to ask once again that City Council agendize a permanent and comprehensive ceasefire in Palestine, Israel, or at the very least amend the resolution passed on October 23rd, 2023, quote, standing in solidarity with Israel and its people and expressing deep concern for the innocent civilians in Gaza, unquote. It has been more than 15 months since the events of October 7th, and this council's resolution sounds more tone deaf than ever, sorry to say. Some have likened tragic scenes of the LA wildfires to those of the devastation in Gaza as if they were the same. They are not. The people of Gaza have nowhere to go to escape the flames caused by bombs dropped with American planes and funded by American tax dollars. There are no safe evacuation areas for them. Humanitarian aid has been intentionally blocked by Israel, and when some aid does get through, settlers protected by the military have destroyed it, literally ripping open water bottles and tearing apart baby formula. Drones have bombed distribution centers, and IDF soldiers have sniped civilians waiting for food to feed their starving families. The first flower massacre shocked the world, but now bombing and shooting civilians seeking humanitarian aid is just another war crime that IDF soldiers commit with impunity. With all due respect, the madness needs to stop. Without accountability, the atrocities only escalate and become normalized. It's well past time for elected officials, including yourselves, to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Kofi.
I'll get 90 seconds. Mr. Fish, I've got the complete transcript of the emails between myself and Troy Evangelo. Everybody already has those from a couple of months ago, so I only brought one copy. I didn't want to give everybody else another copy of it. We have several recommendations we've thought about for months about how to make the community outreach program work efficiently for both developers and residents. Let me give you, I'm going to just read it out here. I've got copies of all this for you all to consider. You guys make the rules. A minimum of 3 community meetings. What you did wrong previously when we all got railroaded and Erickson said, let's do a minimum of 2. You want a minimum of 3. What that does is it self-polices. When the developer comes in and says, what, a minimum of 3, that you say, no, don't worry about it. So long as you comply with all the rules, you do proper notification, you're forthright and complete in your presentation, you'll just have to do 3. It's self-policing. It takes a lot of the work away from the planning people, and it makes the developers comply. However, there should be a threshold for that. Right now, you've got a minimum of 2. That actually applies to everybody, including 2 apartments, 3 apartments. There should be a size of a building that doesn't have to do community meetings, maybe 6 units, 8 units, 10 units. We need more housing in the city, right? No question about that. And those are going to be intrusive to some extent, but they're not going to be overwhelming. 6, 8, 10 units, you all decide. Makes sense. So a threshold. Below the threshold, continuing with the up to 3 meetings that is now in the guidelines at the discretion of the planning office. And finally, policy subcommittee meeting that was set up last February. Please let's schedule that. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, can we, I don't know if you want to handle from the agendizing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to, if we can 3 nodding heads to agendize a conversation on really revisiting the meeting minimum requirements.
Can I add to that, having the notification in Spanish as well as English? You got my head.
Handling the notification area. All right.
I'm seeing a nodding head.
Mayor, I'd be supportive of the Spanish and English portion of that. The Spanish and English portion of that I would be supportive of.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
The Spanish and English portion of what you said, I would be supportive of.
But not the 3.
Yeah.
Do we only have 2 nodding heads?
We only have 2 nodding heads. Unless Vice Mayor Puza, are you nodding your head to agendize this for discussion? Right. So we will agendize this for discussion at a future meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's consensus by Vera, Puza, and O'Brien. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Jaber. Not seeing them in the chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Ronald Davis. Oh, we don't see time for items not on the agenda. Our current speaker is Ronald Davis.
Okay, thank you. Ron Davis, Culver City resident since the early 70s. I have three very good friends who have lost their homes in the Palisades, two in the Altadena fire. The three in the Palisades are widows, and they've lived there since the early 60s. One of my dear friends, Reba, when I spoke with her after she was evacuated and realized that she had lost her home and everything that she had worked for, I said to her, "Dear Reba, what can I say? Can you talk to me?" And she thought for a moment, and she said, "Ron, my heart is full of sadness, but it's not for me. My children are grown. They are gone. They are safe." What I realize today more than ever before, that in Gaza, what I've just experienced is an everyday occurrence. And my heart weeps for the children, those 17, 18,000 children who have died by indiscriminate bombing. We need to think of Gaza when we think of the Palisade fires. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 10 speakers are Dorothy Sad, Steve Siegel, Jared Bailey, Christopher Michelle, David Metzler, Carlos Bonilla, Patrick Godinez, Gilda Rodriguez, Abram Coutin, and Reina Ramirez. Jean Black.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and council members. Welcome to your first meeting of 2025, and thank you for serving in such challenging times. Beyond individuals volunteering and donating money, I've been thinking about what Culver City can do to help victims of the wildfires. And you've mentioned some of this, but here's what I came up with. Make sure the housing department is prepared to assist people experiencing price gouging in Culver City rentals, including Airbnbs and hotel rooms, and publicize who people should contact when they encounter price gouging. Based on the California Attorney General's webpage, it's not clear what they actually will do in response to a complaint, and they're going to get so many. So maybe we want to consider having someone representing Culver City contact a landlord when a renter encounters price gouging. You mentioned encouraging people of vacant ADUs to rent to others. And another idea is to encourage empty nesters to consider renting out a bedroom or offering it for free to someone who lost their apartment, if only on a temporary basis. You know, I've done that for 10 years at below market rates, and I think we probably have a lot of empty bedrooms in houses in Culver City. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dorothy Sad. Not seeing them in chamber or online. Our next speaker is Steve Siegel.
can you hear me okay? Hello, can you hear me okay?
Steve, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I didn't know if C1 was going to be commented on, but my first point would be, it seemed to have something to do with the Friends of Culver City lawsuit. So now would be a good time at some point soon, or tonight actually would be best, if Mr. Fish can tell us, because this was a big part of the election, was he part of this lawsuit? It's an unusual situation that now he's on the council. Was he part of the lawsuit? And if so, what was the purpose of it? And now can we finally examine what happened and let us know really the reasons for it? Because it seems the city spent a couple $100,000. We had one more year of misery downtown of traffic, and the before and the after is very substantially different. Now we have clear traffic. It's very easy, and bikes can also, and buses can go by nicely. So the thing is quite clearly fixed. So if Mr. Fish could please inform us all what his involvement was, if it was, maybe it wasn't, and let us know what the purpose of that was. Secondly, regarding declaring a climate emergency based on the Palisades fire, that is politicizing a very, I mean, the most incredibly tragic incident we've seen in a long time. I know 3 people lost houses. The issue for them was brush not cleared and the reservoir was empty. Had nothing to do with the climate, although obviously windy that day. So please do not politicize something as horrible as this by giving a laundry list, I think Mr. Fish did, of things that we need to do and declare an emergency, a climate emergency. Nobody who lost their house thinks that had anything to do with the climate emergency. And it really is, that gets into the area of distasteful. So please reconsider that. One last thought. I didn't hear anything about Martin Luther King and judging people on the content of their character and not on the color of their skin.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Jared Bailey. Jared, you've been unmuted. Go ahead. Jared, are you able to hear us from the chamber? Okay, seems like you might be having some difficulty. We'll swing back. Our next speaker is Christopher Michelle.
Hi,
Chris-
I'm
Go
Chris.
ahead. Sorry.
The fires have been really devastating around us, and a lot of the victims of the fire have been people with disabilities. And so I just wanted to make sure that our city's emergency plan prioritized them and had a plan for them to get out and not get left behind, and also receive accessible communications. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to circle back to Jared Bailey. Jared, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. Hi, I'm here because I'm a member of Culver City for Peace, and I would like to ask the new council to please consider agendizing a ceasefire resolution. It's been over a year of devastation and genocide in Palestine, and it is not even contained to Palestine. It is spread to other areas of the region, and we really need to understand that like there's considerable devastation happening. And as I think about this time of year, reflecting on Dr. King's legacy, you know, like we're a week from Martin Luther King Day, and I can't imagine that Dr. King would stand idly by as another country commits a genocide against a people. and wouldn't say anything, wouldn't speak out against anything, wouldn't um, raise his voice in defense of those innocent lives. And I am asking you, imploring you, begging you to please um, pass a ceasefire resolution and show solidarity with the people of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Metzler. David, you've been unmuted.
Hello. Hello, thank you. Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and Council. I was out of town during the bulk of the fires, and so was following the news online and through the emails the city put out giving updates, which I was very grateful for those updates in what was going on in Culver City. I'm glad Culver City has largely been spared thus far, but I think everyone here knows people who have been impacted. And in watching the news, a couple of things struck me. The first was the news clip of Steve Gutenberg asking neighbors on live TV to leave their keys in their car so that abandoned vehicles could be moved out of the way for emergency vehicles. Later stories showed so many abandoned vehicles that bulldozers had to push them out of the way so that emergency services could get through. And the second story that struck me was of a paralyzed resident of Glendora who had to evacuate in his wheelchair. And he didn't have a vehicle available, so he had to set out on his own in the wheelchair, navigating debris and tree limbs and oncoming vehicles. And I'm wondering what the city's response would be in these situations, what existing plans we have, and not just emergency plans, but any other transportation plans the city might have in any sort of stage of funding or development that would improve access for emergency vehicles and first responders, and help people with mobility issues navigate our city, both during an emergency and in general.
City Clerk? I had reached out to Chief Powell about this question, and I think Assistant City Manager Jesse Mays also responded. So like the question about people with disabilities and our plan for that action. Can someone respond to that?
Yes, Mayor. So members of the community, if you have family members or yourself with special needs, there's a couple different ways you can go about registering so that we know that. If you go to Community Connect, you can register. That'll put you on a registry that we have access to. You put your information in there. We will be able to pull that and have that address. So if for some reason we did have to do an emergency evacuation, we would know that those certain addresses had people with special needs and we would adhere to that. Also, if you have special needs that require electricity, you can register with Southern California Edison. They will also put you on a list that we have access to. So the fire department and the police department have both of those lists that we would use. For example, if we needed an emergency evacuation of the Crest or Blair Hills, we would be able to access that. The other question was about transportation. As part of our emergency plan, and we've been in communication with transportation, as I mentioned earlier, all the city departments have been planning in the event that something should happen. So we do have arrangements with our transportation department to help facilitate getting those that are disabled out of those areas if we needed to evacuate.
Chief, one could. Go ahead. Mike.
Okay. Chief, you might, I thought you might also mention that in case of don't evacuate, also you would be going.
That's correct. So part of our emergency evacuation would be a door-to-door evacuation. And more than likely it would be law enforcement, and they will make sure that each and every person is out of each and every residence.
That was actually part of my question, but also you had mentioned Community Connect. Can you explain how you can get onto that, or is it an app?
Yeah, so you can go to the Culver City website. It's on there, the Culver City Fire Department website. We have a link on there that you can go ahead and register.
Thank you, Chief. Thanks, sir.
Any other questions, sir?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carlos Pena.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Carlos Pena. I'm the senior field rep for Senator Smallwood Cuevas. And my duties, my territory will be the western part of her district. And so I look forward to working with you in the near future and also with the city manager if there are any needs from the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Godinez. Patrick, you've been unmuted. Go ahead. Patrick, are you able to hear us in the chamber? Okay, we'll come back. Our next speaker is Gilda Rodriguez. Gilda, you've been unmuted.
3. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for meeting today, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Gilda Rodriguez. I'm a retired paralegal, and I have spent a lifetime serving many of the poor, disenfranchised communities of Los Angeles that look like Gaza, look like the West Bank. We're now facing a crisis here at home, in our backyards, no doubt, with horrendous deaths and injuries, which really is just a microcosm of the annihilation and the incineration of Palestinian families caught between this horrible conflict. I cannot ignore this genocide, and I cannot face my own mortality without advocating for the peaceful resolution in this war, one of the most regrettable human-caused atrocities in my lifetime. Please pass an immediate, permanent ceasefire resolution now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Abraham Kutin.
Good evening. The next speaker gave me her minutes. Just want to make sure you guys see that.
You're not allowed to see time during items not on the agenda.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Abraham. I'm a Jewish American, and I'm here to express deep sorrow and outrage over the Culver City Council for failing to pass a ceasefire resolution regarding the genocide in Palestine, raging for over a year now, a genocide that America is funding. I'm here to condemn the racism and xenophobia espoused by this council for denying the genocide of Palestinian people and continuing to support the reactionary government of Israel. Many Jewish people do not support the Netanyahu government. Generations of millions of Jews, secular and religious, are staunchly against the Israeli government and the racist political ideology behind it, Zionism. Genocide is not a Jewish value, and Israel does not represent Jewish people. In 2023, this council released a resolution in support of Israel, a foreign government, disguised as condemnation of anti-Semitism. This resolution amplifies Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian hate, which has resulted in countless violent hate crimes on Muslim Americans this last year by falsely attributing support for Israel and apartheid state as support for Jewish people. While Israel carries out a genocide, the city has amplified anti-Semitism as well. And by not showing any support for our Arab, Palestinian, or Muslim community members, the city has pitted Jewish and Arab communities against each other, amplifying tension and encouraging conflict. We in the Jewish and Arab American communities have had enough. Globally, Israel has whipped up a racist frenzy against all Muslims and Palestinians, and this council has supported that frenzy. I encourage you all to get to know your Palestinian American neighbors. You will see that they are not hateful like Israel says. They are warm, loving people and contributing members to society and deserving of your humanity. And it is Israel supporters who are hateful, full of prejudice and divisive. Things I assure you are not Jewish values. Ceasefire now and free Palestine. Thank you.
Those other names called online, those are final speaker.
Okay, thank you.
What's your name? If there's anyone else that signed up to speak, would you mind coming to see the clerk? What do you want to see? I mean, not. 83?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Thanks. So this is for items not on the agenda. Hey, Mayor, that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to receive the correspondence?
Make a motion, Mayor.
Second.
I already did that. We did that one.
Send that.
I was a little early.
Yeah. Okay. Mayor, we're going to call Ellie Levy, who mistakenly signed up for A3 but wanted to talk about a ceasefire. Okay.
Thank you for the courtesy. My name is Eli Levy. I'm an Israeli educator, a homeowner in Culver City, calling for the passage of a ceasefire resolution or short of that, a conversation leading to such, pursuant to this council's previously stated intentions. The recent fires have given us but an inkling as to how displacement can feel like. So imagine being displaced in Gaza, sometimes over 10 to 12 times, from one tent to another tent, from one supposedly safe place to another designated supposedly safe place, only to thereafter witness your own family members shredded to unrecognizable flesh, courtesy of our American bombs. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Fawaz Aswani.
Evening, council members. I really appreciate what you guys first said on the outset for the people who lost their houses and displaced people of Palisades. I know exactly what they're going through because I went through the same thing in '08. My house in Santa Barbara burned down on Conejo Road, and it was the most awful thing to go through. So I appreciate you guys thinking of those people. But I want you for a second to imagine, since we are thinking of those people, of comparing it to what's going on in Palestine. Imagine the firemen who we love so much going to put out a flame and help somebody who's in need, getting popped, while trying to save lives. Ambulance drivers, as soon as they get to the scene. Imagine everybody who loves what they do to go rescue and help people get killed. Thousands of doctors, thousands of ambulance drivers, thousands of people who help rescue are dying simply for saving innocent lives. More than 70,000 people have died, mostly children, especially healthcare workers, doctors, not a single functioning hospital. I'm really stunned it's taken so long for you guys to move. I'm very sad, actually, to see that. By the way, we do have a lot of Airbnbs next to our Jackson Market. We host 6 unhoused people in Palisades. We also helped our neighbor Max that our fireman saved last week from a stomach ulcer, I guess he had surgery. Obviously, we're helping him. He's homeless. He doesn't have money. So just as we think of others, I want you guys to think of us. We're just Arabs like you. We're human beings.
That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the consent calendar. Do we have any speakers on any of the items?
We do. We have speakers, and we'll call the speakers first. After they speak about any of the consent items they're interested in, then we will consider whether council members want to pull any of the consent items for discussion.
Great.
And to note, I will state that we do have to pull C18 for staff clarification.
Thank you. Our first speaker for consent calendar is Scott Davis.
On which item?
C10, but not seeing them online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Deborah Albert for C10.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to talk about C-10. It is getting permit parking only in the Culver City residence on the west side of the high school. It has been severely impacted by all the events that go on at the high school field, and there hasn't been any resolution from the high school in order to help us out. The neighborhood is being literally trashed every time there's an event, and there's an event constantly. Many times I'll come home from work between 5 and 8 o'clock in the evening, and there's no place to park. And I have a permit. I buy a permit, but at that time, it's hard to get parking enforcement to come out because they're doing regular hours. So we're just
seeing if there's any questions. I know Scott was supposed to be on the Zoom call, but if we're seeing any questions to having permit-only parking in this area. So, no. Okay, thank you. And I know Marie's here too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Alguero for item C10.
Okay, take two. So I'm here on C10 also, so thank you for the opportunity to address the council. I've been a resident of Culver City since 1984 and of the affected area since 2002. 20 years ago, I stood before the city council and advocated for bringing in permit parking to our neighborhood for the first time. And at that time, I noted some of the problems that were mentioned already, that have already been discussed in all of our paperwork, so I'm not going to repeat them in the interest of time. But I want to, the best response that we got from the city at that time was 1 hour permit parking, which in effect was an empty promise by the city because it was not enforced. We were told by parking enforcement that it was unenforceable because it takes 2 trips to enforce this, one to mark the tire and then one to come back an hour later, and we just don't have the resources for it. We've been living with this ineffective system for 20 years, and it's only gotten worse since the high school has started to now lease out the facilities for more events and longer periods, and this has only exacerbated the problem. I can tell you that the 1 hour parking restriction just doesn't work. And I hear the announcements made to the participants of these events that they'll be ticketed, but I also can see from my balcony that oversees the fields that nobody cares. Nobody moves, nobody comes to move their cars. So
Your time is expired.
Thank you.
And that was our final speaker for consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fish, do you have anything you want to pull?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mayor. We have one more from Gilda Rodriguez for item C11.
Hello, this is Gilda, and I think I've already spoken.
Thank you.
Now we're good? Okay. Councilmember Fish, anything you want to pull?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping to pull C17. Thank you.
C17?
Yes.
Councilmember Moore?
I'd like to have a report on C10, a brief one.
Okay.
Thanks.
C10? Councilmember Burke?
Nothing from me, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Pusa?
C8.
C8. Okay, none.
And mine's just a staff report too, sorry to clarify, yeah.
So we have C8, C10, C17. And then C18 by staff.
This will be C8.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Hello? There we go.
Okay.
I'm Andrew Maximus, Mobility and Traffic Engineering Manager in the Public Works Department. Item C8 before you is the request for approval of final plans and specifications and to request authorization to publish a notice of inviting bids for the construction of the Robertson Complete Streets project. This project is funded in part by the Metro MAT grant, which is the Active Transportation Program. We received the grant back in 2021. And since then, we have
allocated some of those funds for the Move Culver City project, which has since been de-obligated by the county, and the remainder of the funds is toward the rest of the project, which is along Robertson Boulevard. The scope from the grant includes the same scope of work that was included for the Move Culver City project, which is to construct protected bike and bus lanes. As noted in the staff report, we've had several meetings. We've reached out to the community members and received feedback in terms of the design. And the design plans were attached to the staff report and show construction of bike lanes along both sides of the street and retaining parking along the west side of the street. The center turn lane, which exists today, is designed out of the project in order to accommodate all the features. The bike lane on the east side of the project will be a raised bike lane at the sidewalk level. Essentially, the sidewalk is going to be extended out several feet and designed in such a way to have bus bays due to the fact that several bus lines finish their route at that portion of Robertson Boulevard and have their layover time at that point. So rather than having them park parallel the way it is right now, we're going to design in these bus bays that are at an angle, as well as having the bike lane on the surface of the sidewalk right there. Again, the project was presented to the Mobility and Traffic, Parking and Traffic Subcommittee, as well as the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee 2 times within the past year. The project received feedback, and the feedback was incorporated in the design that is attached to the staff report. Currently, the project is estimated to be $1.1 million. The remainder of the Metro funds is about $930,000, and we do have sufficient general funds and public works to cover the difference, depending on its coming.
Thank you. Councilor Fish, you have a follow-up question?
I don't. I appreciate the back and forth and the information you shared over email. So I'm excited for this project. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
I'll hold it, but you answered my question in your staff report, so thank you, and thanks for all your work on this project. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
C10 is also mine. The C10 is the request to approve the residential permit parking on several blocks in the neighborhood just west of Culver City High School. As was noted, there are most of these streets currently have permit parking with a 1-hour time restriction, Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And just to back up one moment, the residential permit parking program is a 100% resident-driven program. The city does not ever go and initiate and put in any type of parking restrictions on our own. The program is designed to have the residents make staff aware of any parking intrusion issues due to various reasons. And in this case, there was a pre-existing parking restriction. However, residents have noted and provided evidence over the last year or so, as well as our own parking study showing that there's been a lot of intrusion in the neighborhood in terms of parking associated with events that are happening at the high school, in particular events that use the fields on the west side of the campus. So staff do follow the procedures outlined in the guidelines, which have been adopted by council. We did collect the parking data. We did get the 75% or more signatures from the residents, and we confirmed the data that they provided to us, as well as our own parking data that supports their request. So staff has put forward this document requesting council authorization as it's required in our guidelines, and acknowledging all the steps that were followed and all the data that was received.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the community comments that came for C10 as well as the brief staff report. Forgive me, did we interface at all with our school district partners on this, and they're in agreement? I'm basically asking because what is the plan if if this intrusion into the residential neighborhood is as a result of events at the high school, I don't anticipate that those will cease. So is there a solution in place in partnership with the district to deal with what I assume will continue to be activities for our young folks?
Yeah, we've made them aware through the various channels that this petition has been put forward, and so that they can try to accommodate. We don't have necessarily a plan directly with them to find a solution. So we are trying to work together with them to establish and collaborate on where viable parking could be. In this particular case, we, again, through the program, it's basically reactionary from what the residents have put forward.
Okay. That's helpful. I would love to see if we could potentially do some follow-up to see what this, because I just don't see how this doesn't end up impacting another area. And if everything is resident driven, do we ever evaluate after this is put in place the efficiency of the permit process, or is it just based on like complaints? Like if we don't hear any more complaints, it's going well?
Yeah, usually if there's not any complaints, it's going well. If there is a case where residents feel that they don't need the permits anymore, I mean, they're paying for them every year. So we would expect to be reached out to and asked to, put their program on hold or cancel for whatever reason. And in this case, it's another indication because we're making tweaks to an existing location that has permit parking. However, their needs are different and the impacts are different.
For sure. And just again, what's the cost to our residents of the permit program?
So currently, I know it's part of the fee schedule that's going to be heard later tonight. Currently, I believe it's $22 or $25 for each of the first two permits, and it incrementally rises for the third and fourth. And it also depends on if the third or fourth permit is for a California driver's license holder or not. So there's kind of different structure based on those factors.
So $22 for the year.
I believe so. And actually, I have it right here. Schedule. Right now, the first one, I'm sorry, it's $29. The second one is $43.
Okay, it's pretty, very, very affordable for a year of people parking. Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, one other question. I saw that it was a 50% to 58% occupancy during that time. Do you all have like a threshold that you look for to determine what's feasible?
Yeah,
for permit parking?
The guidelines tell us that 75% occupancy is usually the threshold. And in this case, we did do our own parking study at a particular time in the fall where there wasn't a football game. So it kind of gave us a little bit of a indication of what the residents were indicating in terms of the intrusion. We also did get several videos over time before that during peak times and emails with photos from the residents with, timestamps and all that sort of stuff. To also provide evidence of what was happening.
I share similar concerns. It sounds like something that happens during these events that is impactful to the residents, but that the solution, sorry, thank you, but that the solution that is being proposed is really broad, broad, I guess, or very impactful in that you're giving people, it sounds like, up to 4, right, permit spots, which would basically, for those who want to park there, they're not allowed to park without that permit, right? For those daytime hours.
Yeah, that's what the proposal.
And that's every day.
Yeah, the proposal that they have petitioned for is a daily restriction. I believe it's 8 a.m. to.
So I could see how that could be problematic for those events if we don't have mitigated, if we're not mitigating with, free rides, more frequency with the circulator or what have you to get folks there. Just echoing those similar concerns.
So I guess, will you be able to give us a follow-up on potential next steps in trying to find a solution for this issue? I'm hearing that residents will have their issue resolved, but our school community will not, and it might be exacerbated. So I don't feel super comfortable, supporting this. Well, I'm understanding stakeholder needs and resident needs. But I'm concerned that we don't have a solution for this, which will continue to be something that we're navigating.
Councilmember, I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works. We can come back in 6 months and give an update to let you know how this has been working out. And between now and then, we will communicate with the school district to see if we're able to meet their parking needs for the various events they have or not. And if that's not the case, we can come up with a different plan at that point.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I was just going to suggest we agendize it in the liaison committee, subcommittee, this conversation so we could have face to face. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, one last question. Are there parking schemes specifically for special events? Like in this case, I understand the residents went through this program, but are there programs that you've seen work better for events that happen, let's say football games, performances, where they might be really acutely impacted on a regular basis, but it's not every single day? Are there other types of parking schemes that could be helpful here that isn't this one, even though I understand the residents fulfill the requirements?
Yeah, I mean, there's all manner of possibilities. We can slice and dice it. I think a lot of times when we have a lot of different overlaying restrictions, it can get complicated in terms of, how the curb space is shared in that way. It's certainly something that could be overcome, but in terms of, again, we're following the program guidelines and reacting to the residents' needs. And certainly we, like the mayor said, we can interface with the school district. However, I don't think there's anything required by the school district at this time to provide that type of parking. It could certainly move on to the next block or the other surrounding areas of the school. Again, it's a non-city activity with effects on the city streets, so we have to work together on.
Councilmember Jesse Mays, Assistant City Manager. I just wanted to add, just for context here, that events that take place on school district property don't require any sort of permit from the city. So normally when there's a special event of this magnitude with a large gathering, folks are required to come in and get a special event permit from the city. And as part of that permit, we provide a traffic mitigation plan, parking plan, and we require that event hosts provide that to us. Because this is taking place on school district property, they're not required to coordinate with us in any respect. So I think that's sort of what's happening here. The school district is aware that this is an issue. This is a problem that's gone back a number of years. And I think the solution is to, provide more parking on their campus. But for some reason, that's not happening. We can continue to talk to them about this, but just so you know, this is not a problem they're unaware of. They just haven't been able to come up with a solution. So we'll continue to work with them on this.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing next steps and how things have progressed 6 months from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
C-17. I'm Jeremy Bocchino, City Clerk, and this is the adoption of a resolution adopting City Council Policy Statement number 3004, which is called Public Meeting Teleconference Attendance Options and Guidelines for Members of Legislative Bodies. So the Ralph M. Brown Act is part of the California Government Code, and it provides for what we call traditional teleconferencing with certain requirements, such as there's a certain number a quorum of legislative body participates in the meeting from the location within the agency's boundary. The agency has to give a teleconference location and post the agenda at any teleconference location. And public access must be provided at the teleconference location, and members of the public are allowed to address the council at each teleconference location. And that's what we do if we know in advance that someone is going to be off-site, but those requirements need to be fulfilled. There have been several steps and legislation put into action, one because of COVID, which was as a result of the statewide emergency to allow people to attend via teleconference. There's also AB 361, which amended the provisions for the teleconferencing for public meetings. And then there is an additional AB 2449, which went into effect on January 23rd. And that allows members of the legislative bodies to teleconference under the Brown Act where there's just cause or emergency circumstances. And then finally, there was an California Attorney General opinion issued that confirmed that the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, generally requires legislative bodies to allow teleconferencing attendance from non-public location as a reasonable accommodation for a member with a qualifying disability that precludes their in-person attendance at meetings that are subject to the Brown Act. So the purpose of this council statement is to basically put all four of these different scenarios into effect and provide a global reference for both staff and members of the various city bodies to allow for how teleconferencing can happen. And that's why we're putting it in as a policy. So it's easy to look at, and we don't have to look at the different levels of legislation to see if one would apply or not. Does that make sense?
It does, thank you. And does this apply to our CBCs as well, to our commissions, boards, and committees, or just the council?
It applies to the council for almost all the parts, and it applies to the planning commission. For those just cause or emergency situations, we did not extend that opportunity for the other commissions or committees because there is a lack of staff that would be required to make that happen administratively. For the purposes of the ADA, that would go across the board for all CBCs and the council.
Understood. Thank you. I just wanted to uplift that for folks. I know like participation in the city committees is important in how people can participate. So it sounds like if you have a disability, you can participate remotely if it's a qualifying situation.
Yes.
And then if you're, what I heard you say is that and what it sounds like from the policy is if there's a medical emergency or some other type of emergency, there might be, that also would be permissible to participate remotely, just not on those committees that you mentioned where we don't have staff support to do so. Is that right?
That's correct. And that would mean that you could teleconference without requiring your location to be disclosed and allowing the public to walk in. So, for example, if you were in a hospital bed, the public would not have to be allowed to enter for that meeting to be present. So that's the big difference. You can always teleconference as long as you provide all the requirements of the Brown Act.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. C18.
It's not. Now? A little better? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lisa Soger, Chief Financial Officer. I have here with me Stephanie Condren from the Human Resources Department,
We are here to just make some clarifications about item C18, which is the adoption of a resolution approving salary schedules for the Culver City Fire Management Group and the Culver City Firefighters Association that are effective retroactive back to July 1st, 2024. Additionally, because of those retroactive adjustments, we had to bring to you all the other times that the salary schedule was amended for various groups. CalPERS requires us to take them all of the salary schedules every time, so that at each change we have a full and complete set. The correction I want to make is that we realized earlier today that attachment number 5 to the staff report, which was the most current resolution, which showed the effect of the California state minimum wage increase on the non-benefited employees, did not actually have the salary schedule attached to the resolution. So we made that correction earlier today. It is in the record now. And the changes that were made to those pages were the changes that were adopted back in December. We were just making sure that the entire package was complete. So it is correct now. It just wasn't posted last week with all of the other resolutions. And then I believe Stephanie has another statement to make about the item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. During the December 9th, 2024 council meeting, council approved a base wage increase of 1.5% for the Culver City Fire Management Group, the Culver City Firefighters Association, and the Fire Chief, due to Los Angeles City Council approving a new memorandum of understanding for the Association of United Firefighters of Los Angeles, effective June 30th, 2024. With a 3% COLA increase effective July 1st, 2024. This increase did not reflect an additional delayed 3.0% base wage increase provided to the UFLAG members, effective also on July 1st, 2024, which resulted in an additional 1.5% base wage increase for the Fire Management Group, Firefighter Association, and the Fire Chief, effective retroactive to July 1st, 2024. Staff is recommending that council approve the additional 1.5% base wage increase for a total of 3% in accordance with the city's salary initiative ordinance adopted by the Culver City voters. To meet CalPERS requirements, salary schedules that were adopted after July 1st, 2024 must be updated with the additional Fire Management Group, Firefighter Association, and Fire Chief increase included and must be reapproved by the City Council. The salary schedules pursuant to the staff report remain unchanged from those previously approved by City Council during the December 9th meeting. And Lisa Soger and I are available to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you so much for this staff report and what's going on. That's the update. So really grateful for that correction and clarification. So just so again, we normally update salaries in the July time. But there was the influence of LA that is causing us to be here today, so I appreciate that. And I've noticed most of the time that there are amendments, we're frequently doing increases. Has there ever been a case where we are decreasing salaries for folks that you know of?
I can't think of a time when that has occurred. Not in my time here.
Okay, that's appreciated. I'm sorry, City Manager.
I've not experienced council member.
Thank you so much. Thank you both. And I just wanted to, since we're talking about wages, I wanted to know, this was a conversation, I don't know, a year or so ago. about our own minimum wage work. And I know there was a subcommittee on that, or there was some work there, but I just don't know when that was coming back. So since we were talking, I just wanted to kind of offer that as just a gentle nudge to have us revisit that work as we move forward. But again, thank you for clarifying where we are with our schedules, and I'm glad everything is going to be on one accord.
And I will just note that we do have a subcommittee meeting scheduled on the minimum wage, I think at the end of this month. I'm not, probably the last week of January.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Councilor Fish, you have a question? Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you. Do we need to pull any of the items to vote separately? Okay, let's vote on the entire consent. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion.
Second.
That is Councilmember Rivera with the motion and Vice Mayor Puza with this.
Thank you. And how do you vote? Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
Consent calendar carries unanimously. And next up, we are going to move forward with the public hearing, number 1, and we will have a presentation for that. So I'm letting the AV team know that public hearing 1 is coming up.
Okay, so I start this, or do we begin with the staff report? Do I seek the motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor seeks a motion to receive and file the affidavit of publication.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor Puza. How do you vote? Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and request motion to open the public hearing? No?
Yes.
Yes.
Second.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Councilor Fish?
Councilmember Fish made the motion,
Second.
and Vera made the second. How do you vote? Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien?
Aye. And now, may we have a brief staff report?
Indeed. Good evening again, Mayor O'Brien and Council. Lisa Soger, Chief Financial Officer. And we are here tonight to conduct a public hearing to adopt a comprehensive fee schedule for fiscal year 2024-2025. I have with me our consultant, Nicole Kissam from NDS Government Finance Group, who will discuss the city's user fee study and the proposed cost recovery goals and fee updates. I also have Elizabeth Shavleton, our Assistant CFO, Michael Towler, our Finance Manager, and representatives from all the departments available to answer questions. I do want to thank the finance team and all the city staff who worked very hard to get us here today, and it has been a long road. Before I turn it over to Nicole for the formal presentation, I want to give you a brief history of the user fee schedule. And we have, is the presentation up? There. Okay. So we're going to go through things. So just a little brief history before I turn it to Nicole. In fiscal year 2006-2007, the city hired a consultant to prepare a comprehensive study of user fees across programs and departments. From 2008 to 2013, staff adjusted those fees annually to achieve cost recovery goals set by the City Council.
In fiscal year 2013-2014, the city retained a consultant to conduct another comprehensive user fee and cost of service analysis. Staff turnover and then the pandemic continued to get in the way of completing the user fee study. In fiscal year 22-23, staff engaged NBS to bring the user fee study to completion. Tonight, we're asking council to approve and adopt updated fees. Moving forward, my goal is to make annual updates to the comprehensive user fee schedule a part of the budget process. Finance staff will bring updated fees to City Council for adoption at the second meeting in April. Eligible fees will be adjusted by a percentage tied to the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, to reflect cost of service changes. It will also enable departments to make minor adjustments and corrections. Many cities include the updated fee schedule as a part of documents that are presented at the time of budget adoption. Culver City will increase transparency by having a separate hearing for the fees. An April hearing will also enable the city to have the new fees take effect on July 1st in future fiscal years. The user fee study analyzed the city's costs for providing various services. In most cases, staff is recommending setting fees to 100% cost recovery. There are some fees that are recommended for subsidy. Some of these fees are set by state law, and some are set at a lower rate to achieve increased compliance. A good example of that is sidewalk vending permits. They are a subsidized fee. City Council set the fee to ensure low barriers to permitting rather than capture full cost recovery. Fees recommended at some level of subsidy are detailed in attachment 3 of the staff report. One major change I do want to point out is that staff is recommending to include a new fee for credit card transactions. Currently, the city's been paying all of those fees, and as more customers use credit cards to pay city fees, the cost has increased exponentially, particularly since the pandemic. The city paid approximately $600,000 in credit card fees in the last fiscal year, and that was unreimbursed. Finally, I'd like to note that during the analysis of the fees, it became clear that Parks, Recreation, and Community Services fees needed more specific attention. PRCS programs are varied and cost recovery goals different from one type of program to another. The department seeks to undertake a robust process in the current calendar year to further review their fees and policies and anticipate coming back to council after they work with their own commission to make recommendations. And now I'm going to pass it to Nicole, and she's going to talk a little bit about the detail that went into the user fee study and all the participation from the departments.
Thank you, Lisa. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and Culver City community. I'm Nicole Kassam from NBS, and I'm here to just recap, summarize the fee report and provide some maybe background on fees in California in general and represent the industry standards for a project like this. Okay, so for Culver City, as far as fee studies go, this is a larger scale project. There were more than 12 fee programs studied across the entire city organization. So you can see here the mix of, development services departments, public safety departments, administrative departments, all of which charge fees for services. And we studied each and every fee charged by each and every department throughout the city. The goals of a fee study are always to first understand the costs of providing various services for which fees are charged. And that takes the majority of the time for our process, is establishing number one, which is what is the full cost of providing services. And then we move into step 2, which is where we're at tonight. We're here to set fees according to local policy. There are a lot of different types of fees and charges in California. There's a lot of technical jargon surrounding fees and charges. There's penalties, there's rates, there's all sorts of different fees and charges in California. So I think it's good to just recognize we're talking about fees for services or service requests or services provided as a result of the need to regulate a certain activity in the community. And we're not looking at, development impact fees. We're not looking at commodity user rates for water or sewer. We're not looking at fines and penalties for, parking or anything like that. These are really permits and fees for services that are at the request of an individual or entity for permit. So the authority for these fees actually starts with the California Constitution, Article 13C. That was most recently amended by Proposition 26. You may have heard of that. It gets discussed quite a bit. And really what Proposition 26 did is it just further clarified the definition in California of when a fee is a fee and when a tax is a tax, basically. And the primary distinction that Article 13C makes about fees is that they cannot exceed the cost of providing the service. So first and foremost, we're working within a parameter of the fees that we're going to adopt tonight do not exceed the costs of providing the service for which the fee is charged. And then in addition to, that overarching constitutional authority, you can look through the state statutes everywhere and see that language mirrored. And this is an example here, California Government Code 66014, which pertains to development-related permits, of which there are many in this fee schedule, mirroring the cost of service language. To do this study, we follow kind of a 6-step process. We collect data, we review all the fee structures to find out if we should add, delete, or modify fees. And then we look at costs on 3 different levels: annual, hourly, and per unit. And then we move into what do we do with the information. So I'll touch on each one of these steps a little bit more. So what do we use for data? We use an adopted budget and staffing scenario that's been approved by the City Council. We look at activity for all the fees that we're studying for at least 1 year. How many do we do per year? And we also work to understand what is the process for providing each service. So how long does it take on average to process any given permit? And then we also need data on the city's current fees so that we have a baseline for comparison. When we look at fee structures for all of these different 12+ disciplines or departments within the city's organizational structure, there's just a lot of fees, and there are certain types of fees that you'll see, such as flat fees. That's just one and done, a one-time fee for a permit. And then there's some that you'll see in the report that are scaled by certain characteristics, like building permit valuation or length of time or number of units. And then there are also a handful of fees where the city needs to collect a deposit and just charge for time and materials. So we've helped kind of hone those fee systems and the mix of those fee systems throughout the different departments as applicable. I've used the term, reasonable cost or total cost a couple times already as we've launched this presentation. And I just want to clarify what that means in the industry for governmental fees and services. We're talking about direct costs, such as salaries and benefits, services and supplies, indirect costs, which are different types of overheads, support services, which means that some departments support others in approval of a permit or a project. And then we've also looked at essential systems and maintenance associated with the fee programs, including the general plan and certain technology investments that are needed for the permitting system. So that is the definition and the industry standard for total cost recovery. We've translated that total cost using the same components of total cost into hourly rates by dividing by the number of hours in each fee program that we're studying. So here's kind of the outcomes of those rates across the different departments. You can see they're all kind of north of 100 except for the part-time rate in PRCS. And there is no rate on this schedule here that would be outside of the norm of other findings that we have in other agencies. We could spend more time on that if you have questions about rates. Really what it comes down to is, how long does it take to provide a service multiplied by a fully burdened hourly rate equals the maximum fee amount. And we have some cross checks and reconciliations we do to make sure that we're not structuring any fee program to recover significantly more or less than its costs on an annual basis. So, here we are at the end of the project, and there are hundreds of fees in the fee schedule. And you'll notice, or I would say a typical outcome almost every time we do one of these studies, is that typically there's an overall gap between the cost of services and the current fees that are charged. But on an individual fee by fee level, you may see the need for some fees to come down, other fees to go up, and some fees, about right. So, if you see something that's over 100% or way under 100%, it's typical. I mean, we have hundreds of fees that we've looked at here. So really, when we decide to subsidize the service, and the funding has to come somewhere else, has to come from somewhere else than the fee payer. So we're making a decision then to use general fund sources, et cetera, to fund that gap when we don't charge 100%. This is just some cues on how to read the report. You may have already taken a look at the appendix. Every fee is compared to its current fee level between the full cost recovery. There is a comparison provided in Appendix B. And like Lisa mentioned in her intro, attachment 3 actually took and condensed all of the fees that are recommended for a subsidy, meaning not to be charged at 100% cost recovery. A couple of things about comparisons. If you have spent some time looking through attachment B, you'll notice that on some fees you'll get really good information, and on others you might see no comparison available. It's a high-level comparison, and I think a good thing to keep in mind about comparing to other agencies is that we don't necessarily know when the last time they looked at their fees was, or what the policy is at that local level about charging 100% or something less. Here's the summary. This is an annualized summary of results. I think this is important to just take a minute and look at. So we separated the numbers between all departments that we studied with and without PRCS. And Lisa, you would like me to focus on without PRCS? Yeah. So without PRCS, we've got about $14 million annually in service costs. So that's total citywide service costs of these different fee programs, compared to about $10 million in revenues. So that's a 72% recovery rate, which is pretty good. If you look at program by program, you're going to see some are way under recovering, some are right about there, or some look like they're over recovering. Can answer questions about those as needed. And then when staff kind of looks at that delta, they make a preliminary recommendation to council for recovering 100% or something less. So what we're looking at here is projected revenue of $13 million for kind of an increase of about $2.8 million per year. Okay, we could definitely answer more questions about any fee program that you might have. Do you want to spend time on this at all, Lisa? This is a history of what the cost recovery policy was in 2008 and 2013.
I don't know that we were giving this to you. It predates me. I mean, I think it predates most of the staff that we have at this point. Whatever those decisions were, it's sort of hard to say. So I don't know that we want to spend that much time on it. I can tell you that in this go round, the departments were very clear on focusing to make sure that they could achieve pretty much where it was possible, cost recovery on all of the programs. There were, again, I think as I mentioned before in my opening, if it's a mandated state fee, we can only charge what we can charge. It's set by the state. Obviously, those are not at 100%. And there are a few things like the code enforcement services that, because we're looking for compliance rather than trying to generate revenue or make sure we're recovering our costs, those are under. In most other places, staff was really trying to make sure that they were at 100%. And as I mentioned before, PRCS will come back to you. That one is typically, it's varied depending on what kind of program, right? Facility rentals is very different from aquatics programming, and that needs a little bit more in-depth focus from stakeholders and the department.
Thank you. I think also a good takeaway from this slide is that this city council has set policy and cost recovery policy by department specifically in the past, and that's not something that it's considered a best practice to do that, and it's not necessarily something that we run into every time in every community. So the council has had robust discussion about fees in the past and kind of paved the way for your discussion. So I can provide some department level highlights, or, we could stop here and open it up. We can answer questions about specific departments as needed.
Let's open it up. Councilor Fish, you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you for that really detailed presentation. That was really helpful. I'm more interested in the subsidies. I don't know if that was a later part of the presentation, particularly because I understand your point about state law mandating that we recover the costs. Otherwise, if we go over, it's a tax. So I'm really interested in the ways that the city is subsidizing fees in order to reduce them. Particularly, I saw, because you brought that graphic up about the table, with that table of where we're recovering the most and the least, and I saw parking was at 33%. And I'm thinking about how people complain about how there's not enough parking, and when we, subsidize parking, it makes it much more difficult for people to find a place to park because people end up parking for a long period of time. Like if we have parking meters that are 25 cents versus $1, people end up staying, right? People end up parking for a much longer period of time because it's much more inexpensive to do that. So that's one area I would love to get an understanding of the subsidies for parking, if you want to go over that at some point.
Well,
Yeah.
Are you talking about the permit parking? Because parking fees are separate. So for parking rates, like at our meters and in our parking garages, separate from this. So what is on this is the residential parking permits that were just discussed earlier. So if those.
That would be great. Whatever, I would just like to know what that category encompassed. Whatever it was that said 33%, because I think it was the lowest number. It was the lowest in terms of cost recovery. So I was just curious what that category represented.
Actually, pull it back up on the screen for us.
Yeah.
It was like I don't know if it was the second to last. I was just here. Maybe.
No, it was keep going. I think you just passed it actually, or keep going forward. Yes, this one. So I read there the 36% is the cost recovery. Oh, and the staff recommended is 85. So does that mean we're increasing?
Right.
We're increasing fees and we're increasing how much we estimate to bring back in fees.
Yes, and that's not encompassing only the parking permit program. There are other types of encroachments in mobility and traffic. There's other types of traffic plan reviews in there and so forth. So that's an aggregate for the entire mobility and traffic division.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So just to be so that we're clear, the last column, the rightmost column, is the one that staff is recommending now.
Thank you. That is more clear now that I have more time with it. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
You can bring that right on back. Thank you so much. Yes, I would like to see the chart again. I appreciate y'all for this presentation. I believe the now mayor and I had a version of this presentation. I really appreciate the graphics and the intention to sort of define the terms and make it digestible for us in a condensed time. So thank you. In terms of when we are not receiving 100% as it pertains to staff recommended recovery, that becomes a policy or a judgment call. Can you walk me through top lines? Because it's a few on here. And I know we touched on some of those, but if there are elements that you all can lift up as to justifications of why we should not recover 100% of the costs. I think this is also instructive to the public. And I know you touched a little bit on this, but I think this would be really helpful because this is something, folks are going to ask about as we start to see these costs change.
Okay, so if we're looking at this slide, no, well, I think this is helpful because I think we go down the rightmost column, you'll see where we're making recommendations. So the top line, it's my department, so easy. Why are we at 98%? You would think I would be arguing for 100, but this is where the sidewalk vending permits live. And council absolutely determined that you did not want to go to 100% recovery, right? When that came before you, we set a fee. So that colors this. And the reason it's so small is because that's a very, very small program, right? We don't, I don't even know if we have issued one yet. We've had a few inquiries. We have not really brought any home. So that's where you get that number. I'm gonna go down and then we're gonna have to defer because I'm gonna have to look at current. You want to speak to planning? Okay.
So I'm gonna speak a little bit about planning and if there's any staff that want to add, let me know. But planning is a mix. About 50% of the fees across the board are recommended for a subsidy. And typically the reasons for that is the impact on small businesses. Or there may be reasons why not, there may be reasons not to take the increase all at once. And also with current planning, there tends to be an interest in, economic development and preserving that kind of gatekeeper to the process of development by keeping the fees lower on the front end. So those are some of the specific reasons for Culver City and then some of the general reasons we would see doing fees. What else do we have?
I think then we're at 100%. Then we look at it again. I mentioned enforcement services. This is again a very small pot in terms of revenue that we're talking about, but is one where compliance is the goal. So much rather have people get into compliance than to be capturing all of our costs. Okay, then engineering is looking to increase to 100%. We talked about mobility and traffic already. And then the next one is the police department. And I know that in some cases, those are state set fees. In many of the cases, even though it costs us more to process, we cannot by law charge more. I want to say there's something set very, very low, one of those.
Some of the records fees are that way, but I think what the main subsidy recommended here are some of the alarm permits.
Oh yeah, also alarm permits.
Sign-offs for citations, vehicle releases.
These also relate to compliance as well, right? We're trying to get people to comply rather than fully capturing it. Parks and Recreation, again, we've talked about that, needs some study, but I will say that at 30% is not untypical for a city. Parks and recreation services, those are the programs that you typically want to subsidize, right? You're trying, these are for your residents, you want to provide amenities. We have to keep the parks open, so there's costs associated with them, but we're not example, we're not charging an entrance fee for somebody to come recreate. So while that may change once we study it more, it's not likely that you would ever see that go to 100%. The general plan, fee.
Yes, so the last two there, the general plan maintenance fee, the city has a responsibility to update its general plan policy document on a cyclical basis. And so what this fee does is it provides partial recovery for that effort. So it's meant to accrue funds for the next time that there needs to be a comprehensive update, to the extent that that policy document is used to make land use related decisions. So it's not for the whole thing, it's just for the piece, mostly the land use element and policies that are applicable to making decisions on development approval. And then with technology, we all know that that changes. Every 7 years or so, you need a new system to help keep track of the permits and make sure that submittals can be done electronically, so forth. So that's the same like the general plan fee. It's meant to build a fund for that for replacement.
Thank you so much for going through that. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Burr? No questions? Vice Chair Cruz?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation and all the work. I don't really have any questions. I just want to thank you for being mindful about the subsidies, which do create equity, especially the sidewalk vending program, also the nonprofits for having permits. I just appreciate the mindfulness around that, but I don't have any questions. Thank you.
There's two questions or one question and just I want to point out another thing. With the general plan fee, who pays the fee? Who are we charging?
The fee is charged on specific planning projects and building permits that have basically been required to go through a review related to general plan policy and procedure.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you. And then I think a really important point that I'm seeing on page 7 of your report. So if we approve this, an additional 2.8 million in costs would be recovered. Okay, and that's critical in our budget situation that we're in right now. And I also want to reiterate to the public, we haven't, for the most part, updated our fee structure since 2014.
Correct.
So everyone's been paying basically the same for most of our services since 2014. Okay, thank you. Anyone else good? Okay, do we have any public testimony, comments from the public? Okay.
Our speakers that we have signed up are Robert Lefferts, Scott Davis, Andrew Lackman, and Mark Bauer. Our first speaker is Robert Lefferts. Not seeing them online or in the chamber. Scott Davis. Not seeing them online or in the chamber. Andrew Lackman. Andrew, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
The chair of the Finance Advisory Committee. We had the chance to review these proposals from the city and came out and unanimously in support and found they all updated things and updated costs, and their goals were in terms of making sure that those that promoted policies that would benefit the city and in such so reduced cost recovery were for good reason. And so we're just here. I'm just here to reflect the opinions generally of the committee in support. Thank you. As this was, I'm sorry, as this was a part of our work plan and something that we've been looking forward to working with the city.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Mark Bauer.
Hi, I'm Mark Bauer. I'm Vice Chair of the Finance Advisory Committee, and I don't know Andrew is going to be on, so exactly what he said. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beer and a second by Vice Mayor Souza to close the public hearing. How do you vote, Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Councilmember McMurray?
Aye.
Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
Thank you, that's unanimous.
Okay, then, where's the language? Motion. Oh, it's simple. May I have a motion to adopt resolution approving and adopting the comprehensive fee schedule for fiscal year 2024, 2025?
So moved, Mayor.
Seconded.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Fish. How do you vote, Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. City Clerk? If I step out really quick, can I hear what's going on? No, okay.
You want to take a 5-minute?
Yeah, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yep.
Okay.
Put the clock on.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
The time is 9:30. We're going to move on to action item A1.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Mike Bruckner, Assistant City Manager. The item before you tonight is the introduction of an ordinance to dissolve the Committee on Permits and Licenses and other related amendments to the Culver City Municipal Code. In 2022, the City Council directed staff to dissolve the COPL, determining that administrative process improvements implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in a more streamlined and efficient permit review process. 2024, an interdepartmental team was assembled to review the Culver City Municipal Code to formally dissolve the COPL. The results of that effort have been submitted to you in the draft ordinance and accompanying staff report. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
And there are no speakers for item A1.
Okay, any questions from council members? No? Okay, okay.
None for me.
Now make a motion, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Rivera.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Councilmember Vera and Vice Mayor Puza to introduce a proposed ordinance amending Title 7, 9, 13, and 15 of the Culver City Municipal Code to dissolve the Committee on Permits and Licenses, to remove references to COPL issued permits for various businesses, and to remove regulatory provisions for fortune-telling and figure studio and modeling businesses as part of the COPL dissolution and implementation. How do you vote? Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pusa?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. And we're going to move on to item E2.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Jesse Mays, Assistant City Manager. The item before you is a joint application for Home Key Plus grant funding for the City and Community Corp of Santa Monica. It's for the Jubilo Village 100% Affordable Mixed Use Project. HCD will release the official application in January 2025. The application will be due May 30th, 2025, or until funds are exhausted. The project will be 100% affordable new construction housing development located at 4460 to 4464 Sepulveda Boulevard. The project is comprised of 95 multifamily apartment units, including 43 units designed for permanent supportive housing reserved for people experiencing homelessness. The project will be service-enriched and provide on-site supportive services through a partnership between the developer, CCSM, and Upward Bound House, a Culver City local emergency shelter for homeless children and their families. Based on the information obtained from the developer's pro forma, the total development cost for the project is around $77.5 million, which translates to a per unit cost of approximately $860,000 per unit. The total funding request for the Home Key Plus application is just under $23 million for 43 units out of the total of 95 units. Of this request, approximately $19 million will be for capital expenses, and $3.6 million will be for operations and supportive services. The City of Culver City has a long history of supporting this project. In 2022, the City Council and the Housing Authority Board approved increasing a previous loan commitment to the developer from $2 million to $4 million. And through funds received from the state of California, the City Council is providing an additional $1 million in grant funds to the project. The developer is also seeking other funding sources such as tax credits and Section 8 project-based vouchers. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? Councilor Fish?
Thank you, Mayor. One thing I didn't see, well, I just want to say how important I think, our affordable housing projects in the city are. And so my questions are in that framing of how vital this project could be to 93 families. How many project-based vouchers are guaranteed right now? I understand that this would, if we win this grant, would give us 43. Do we have 50 guaranteed?
So there's a project-based vouchers have to be given out through a request for proposal-based process. So the RFP is out on the street right now for Culver City project-based vouchers. CCM has applied for those for this project, but we haven't yet determined who those will be awarded to. That'll happen in the next month or so. And at that point, CCSM will know how many PDDs they will have for this project.
Okay. What is the what is our backup plan? Because I know this is a project that has been over 5 years in the making. And it's been a long-standing goal for the city to house these 93 families. What is our backup plan if this Home Key application is not approved, understanding that it
it wasn't the original intent of the project, right? The project was originally intended for 93 low-income, very low-income families, not formerly unhoused families, which is also great that if we were to win this, but that is a different project in some ways, right? There's other needs that that population requires. So I'm just curious, what is our backup funding plan if home key is not approved? Maybe they don't see this project as being the original intent of home key being the original intent, or our unhoused population being the original intent. We may not get approved. So that's what I'm curious about.
Correct. And yes, we've been helping the developer look for additional funds. They have a $16 million gap in their funding currently. And so we've been, we've been looking through the couch cushions. We've been looking at all the different options that we potentially have at the city. And right now, what we're looking closest at is if we can give additional PBDs to this project. And so we're looking at our options there for if there are additional PBDs we can give to this project without putting our other homeless services or our other affordable housing services at risk for the city's general fund.
Can I ask about the letter that guaranteed or that the developer has said, or has indicated that this guaranteed these vouchers were available? Can you talk about why the letter indicated that we had them and why we're now in the position where we have to go and seek the home key funds? Because I think the issue is the project is, like I was saying, it will require different, it will likely require, and my understanding is different amenities, different services, even a different potential design. I'm not sure to accommodate this this population. So that's my question.
Yes, Councilmember, the letter you're referring to was a letter of support that staff wrote the project several months ago in order to help them get state tax credits. And in that letter, there was a contingency. There was a contingency on those PDDs. So the letter states that the city would award up to 90 PDDs contingent on approval from HCD. We spent several months. We had to write that letter because of timing so they could get tax credits. So we didn't know at that point how many HCD would approve. Subsequently, we worked with HCD and they approved only up to 50 units for PDDs.
Real quick, can you not use abbreviations as much as, but just for the public, I know that we know what these abbreviations mean, but just in case, if you can try to spell it out.
Sorry, HUD, yeah, correct. Project-based vouchers. Project-based vouchers are a way for the city to convert funding from HUD from rent subsidies into subsidies for a development project. So I know there's some folks out there saying that the city had promised this, but the city had not promised a certain number of PDDs to the project. Because we, in effect, could not have done that. It requires HUD approval, Housing and Urban Development Department.
I have two more questions, and I'm going to pass to my colleagues. If we do get the home key grant, would we still qualify for the LIHTC, the low income housing tax credit?
No, and it's not us, it's the developer.
The developer.
The developer would lose their state tax credits, my understanding is, if we got the home key funding.
And will the project have to be altered to accommodate home key participants if we were to win the home key grant? What changes would have to be made, if any?
I'm not sure if Mario from CCSM can speak. He's the developer. He knows more of the specifics of the project operations. But yes, I do believe that our application to Home Key Plus modifies the previously envisioned project to fit within the guidelines of the grant, of the Home Key Plus grant.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now. I appreciate your work on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford. Questions, Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Jesse. Just a couple quick questions. So far to date, we've invested how much money in this, or promised, like $4 million, I think.
a $4 million loan and then pass through of $1 million from the state.
And then in terms of the vouchers that we had provided, what, 54, was it, they had, what, that equivalent to what, $16 million or so?
I'm sorry, I don't have that amount.
Council member, the 43 vouchers are equivalent to 16 million, so 50 vouchers would be in excess of 16 million.
Right. Right, I mistook that, so it was 43 vouchers that it was.
Well, the 43 vouchers short.
Right.
I think the information we have from HUD is we have the ability to issue 50. So if 50 were to go to Santa Monica Community Corp, I think that must have a value in excess of 16 million.
Right. Okay. All right, no other questions at this time. Thank you.
That's member. Sure. Who's it?
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any risks associated with applying for this funding?
No, I would say there's any risks.
Great. And then I know you don't have a crystal ball, but what's the likelihood that this project will be awarded?
Ultimately, it depends on who else applies for the funds because it's a competition. But we understand it to be a very competitive grant. So we're up against some stiff competition.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for your presentation. And I was sat in on a meeting with the developer and Santa Monica Community Corp and staff last week, and it was really enlightening. It's very complicated. This is the layered funding that we need to assemble, or Santa Monica Community Corp needs to assemble to make this happen. And I just want to make it clear to the public that, so the way I understand it is we currently have an allocation of 114 tenant-based vouchers. And it's based on the size of our city and our, I guess, what HUD determines our need is. And we requested to convert 93 of those to project-based vouchers. And HUD only allowed us to do 50 because there's, from what I've been told, there's a greater value on tenant-based vouchers because they can travel with the tenant. So if the person gets a job, somewhere else, they don't have to stay at the project to keep that voucher. So it's understandable, but yet frustrating because we have this great project that requires project-based vouchers to earn the tax credit. So that's where the shortfall is. In order to get the tax credit, we have to have 93 project-based vouchers. And that's because we don't have that. We only have 50 that were allowed to be converted. That's why we have the shortfall. So staff is working really hard. Home key is one option if it works out, that will provide, that will replace that loss of funding. And I know that, I think I'm not going to officially speak for my colleagues, but we all want this to happen. So we're literally, the way Assistant City Manager Jesse Mays mentioned, looking under seat cushions and, metaphorically speaking, we're trying to find any way possible to make this happen. So including continuing conversations with Santa Monica Community Corp. So I appreciate all the work that staff's doing on this. I guess we can now see if we have comments in the public. How many comments, requests do we have?
We currently have 10 people signed up.
What?
We currently have 10 people signed up to speak.
Okay, great.
First, we're going to call on Mario Washington.
How many minutes, Mayor? 2 minutes or 3? 2?
Yes, hi, this is Mario Washington. I am with Community Corporation of Santa Monica, and thank you all for having this on the agenda. I just wanted to clear up a few things. One is if there was a question that, the different pathways, if we don't receive the home key funding, would we have to give back and turn in our tax credits? No, we will not. We are doing everything in our power to retain those that tax credit award, and then also looking at other funding routes that are also going to be coming up. So we're looking at everything possible to continue to make this a viable and much needed project in the city of Culver City. So I just wanted to just make that that comment.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if anyone has any other follow-up questions, I am here because I'm representing Community Corporation of Santa Monica to answer anything that wasn't answered by Jesse. Thanks.
Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Washington, thanks so much for being here virtually and all the work that you and your team have done to support this project and move it forward. Quick question, I just wanted to clarify the gap that y'all have specifically for this project, just to make sure we have clarity on that, separate and apart from this grant.
So you're speaking of the amount that Jesse said, the $16 million gap. Is that correct?
A little low. I don't know if that's because of you or the staff here, not staff, excuse me, the equipment.
Can you hear me better now?
About the same, but it's okay. I'll just listen real hard.
Okay, I'll speak up really loud. So the path of reaching that $16 million gap spoke to the when we applied for tax credits, we applied with the commitment letter that stated that there will be support of 93 project-based vouchers for the project. When that per U.S. Housing and Urban Development, i.e. HUD, had those changes that were made and the reduction from that amount down to where we are now, that created the gap that we have now. So we are having efforts to try to backfill that gap with one, applying for a home key, help fill that in other funding rounds, and even looking at you all, the city of Culver City, as Jesse stated, to continue to be a great partner as you are and help us put our heads around this.
Thank you so much. And just to clarify, what is the hard timeline for this? Like, what's the last day for us to get it together? Is there a last day for us to get it together? What's going on with the timeline?
Well, currently, from the state and the treasurer's office, we're looking at a timeline, in the neighborhood of March. But, if we can get everything, put together and, possibly even speak back to the state and the treasurer's office to, look for if there's any additional timeframes that we can, get for the project, then that could extend us out a couple of months. So that's kind of where we are right now. And again, we've been speaking with everyone, across the board, really trying to keep this moving. And we're still very excited about the project, just making sure that we can tie up all of the gaps that are currently on the project.
I'm sorry, Mr. Washington, you mean January, February, March? A little bit of a joke, but for real?
Well, that's just, but I think we have a little bit more time, but we definitely are this application in, and as soon as we can get this application in, it definitely helps us, with our timeline.
Okay, great. Okay, well, it's my intention to be very supportive of this project. Even before I was in council, I've been on calls that your team has had with residents and community. So I know that y'all have been working very hard. So I really want to see this through, even with the tightest of timelines that we have. So thank you for answering those questions and all of your hard work that brings us to this point.
Okay, thank you. And again, we will be looking for, some possible extensions. So, but we definitely need to get this, moving on the right direction. And thank you guys for having this and looking through this at this time.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Barba. Nancy, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council. I want to express a bit of confusion as to what we're hearing, that there was a commitment letter that committed 93 project-based vouchers, and now hearing that there is a gap of 50. And I really want the staff to help us listening why that is. Also, I want to express that now more than ever, we need affordable housing, meaning because at least 6,000 homes have been lost. It's going to stress the market further. And it's critical that this project break ground ASAP, not only because we need to make sure that we close that funding gap, but also because there's going to be greater competition for the goods and services that are necessary for these 93 affordable homes as part of the project. I obviously think the city needs to support this application, but I would also ask that the city do anything and everything within its means, whether it's calling its elected representatives at the federal and state level, whether it's calling HUD, to ensure that this project happens. This can't be something that we are merely applying for this project Home Key Plus to see if it happens. We must remember that this project has been in the works for over 5 years. And also that we send a message out loud and clear for other affordable housing developers when we can't seem to support projects like this in our city. We are doing very well.
Thank you. Your time has ended.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Solomon Yamala.
Good evening, council members. I'm Solomon Amala. I live just a couple of blocks from here on Wagner Street. And I'm in support of this resolution. We live in a wonderful city. I've been living here for over 20 years. All my 3 kids have gone to El Marino and on to the high school and beyond. Local high schools, a beautiful city, services, public parks. But as we all know, it is also getting not affordable to many of us. And this resolution in front of you is just a small token towards changing that trend to make it more affordable. It's funny, when 4 people need money, there's always, we have to look for it. When large corporations need money, we always find ways to come up with subsidies. I'm not saying that uh, to you in particular, but I want you to take this seriously. My church, Culver Palms Methodist Church, we've worked with CCXM and the city, not myself personally, but my colleagues here from the church, and um, uh, and now we see that there is a funding gap. So anything you can do to close this gap, I think it will make a big deal, especially given the fires that we've had. It's only a matter of time that rents will go up, and it will be even more unaffordable. So anything you can do to make sure that we have 93 people who live below the poverty threshold can afford to live with us and share this, what we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Bauer, followed by Jane Black.
Hello again. This one's a little longer. My name is Mark Bauer, and I serve as the Vice Chair of the Finance Advisory Committee, but I'm here speaking as an individual citizen and a lifelong member of this community. I even remember when the temporary city hall was actually on this property here. Jubilo Village is exactly the type of affordable housing project this community is supportive of. This is a great partnership from one of the city's institutions, Culver Palms Methodist Church, and will be home to 93 low-income families. The city should do everything it can to save this project. Home Key Funds is a good start, but city resources should be used to help find more sources of funds and financing to make this project a reality. There is money out there in these types of projects. They're just hard to find and even harder to get if you don't spend the resources seeking it. There are Measure A funds available now at the county level through the new LA County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency. There's the LA County Affordable Housing Trust Company. There's Measure H. There are many HCD programs. There's No Place Like Home funding. There are HUD programs. And there are many partners with the state, including with the California Housing Finance Agency, CalHFA. And there's the ability to encourage tax credits and tax-exempt financing from the city. Please make sure we do everything possible to save this project and ensure that the city's time and efforts and resources are used for important local issues like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jane Black, followed by David Lindgren.
Good evening again. I'm speaking in favor of A2 tonight to emphasize how very important Jubilo Village 100% affordable housing project is for Culver City. We currently have 38 units of interim supportive housing on Sepulveda and 18 units of transitional shelter for families at Upward Bound House, but there is no permanent affordable housing in Culver City for these people to move to once they've gotten some stability in their lives. Now, when families reach the end of their stay at Upward Bound House, children have to leave their schools and friends. Their parents may need to move far away from their jobs to find permanent housing. This was the initial impetus behind Jubilo Village. This project is also special because it includes 2- and 3-bedroom units big enough for families. In market rate projects, the affordable units are often studios and 1-bedrooms. This is a shovel-ready project that just needs to complete its funding in order to break ground. We're so fortunate that Culver Palms United Methodist Church started planning this project in 2019. While there are other affordable units in proposed developments, none of them is ready to go. Also, our RENA requirement is to provide 1,712 units at extremely very low and low-income levels by 2029. We know there's a lot of proposed development, especially in Fox Hills, but the city's project list includes only 406 units at these income levels. That's less than 1/4 of the RENA requirement. What Jubilo Village really needs to move forward is an additional 43 Section 8 project-based vouchers. I support applying for Home Key Plus funds as a backup plan, but going this route would require the developer to start over again in obtaining funding for the other half of the project. It's critical that Culver City staff and council members do everything possible to obtain the needed vouchers from another agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Lindgren, followed by Gary Goodman.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puz, and members of the Culver City Council. This week, all Angelinos are acutely aware of the preciousness of having a home. There are many important things you need to take care of as leaders in Culver City during these challenging times. But I implore you to do whatever it takes to move the Jubilo Village project forward. Your leadership is needed. If Jubilo Village is to be built, the 50 project-based vouchers the city can provide are wonderful, but there are still 43 project-based vouchers needed in order for groundbreaking to begin. There are precious few units in the Culver City housing pipeline for extremely low and very low income people. The apartments that Jubilo Village will provide will serve these folks, our unhoused neighbors, and people who are truly destitute and really need housing. Please support the resolution for Culver City to submit a joint application for Home Key Plus funds and work to find the project-based vouchers that are needed to make Jubilo Village a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gary Guffman, followed by Steve Siegel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. It's so great to see this whole group together. I'm looking forward to all you're going to do. I'm here in support of this resolution and to urge you all to do whatever is needed to move this Jubilo Village project forward. As you know, the many great ideas you've already heard. And I'm a resident of Betts Park, close to here, so I'm kind of in the vicinity and a longtime resident. And I support it. This will go a long way towards a great addition or contribution to reaching our arena goals. But I think more importantly than reaching our state mandated goals, I think the majority of Culver City residents support affordable housing. I think all of you have expressed that in your campaign literature and what have you. So I think this is a win-win. And I just finally want to commend the Culver Palms United Methodist Church congregation and leadership for putting this project forward. Your vision and courage in doing that, and really, providing leadership for other religious organizations now that we have this great housing reform legislation, streamlining these projects for religious organizations, and and just for the whole community in moving affordable housing forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Siegel, followed by Joanna Gullick.
Thank you very much. And by the way, welcome to our new mayor. Thank you very much, and welcome to our new mayor, Dan O'Brien. Two major questions. The first is, I'm not sure I understand what the ongoing costs are to the city. I'd like to view this in on a business standpoint. What I heard some of the upfront costs, but an ongoing supportive cost, what does that look like? It sounds like we spend really quite a lot of money as a city on not too many unhoused people that we help. It's fantastic to help them, but we should always look at the cost. So please, before going further, discuss what is that cost ongoing for the unhoused portion that are being housed, et cetera. Number two, people who go into the units, are they going to be Culver City residents? Because I'll challenge Mr. Washington, who says this is a needed project. Well, it's needed for Culver City residents, yes, but it's not Culver City's responsibility to make up for the failings of this county or the state in terms of dealing with or handling the problems that we have. We can help somewhat. So are Culver City residents, current residents, going into this location? Because frankly, not everyone is supportive of the project. There's homeowners that live right behind that area that will be towered over by this unit. There's the issues with parking for the YMCA next door. There's also issues with crime at the preschool, which has been impacted by the Vista motel issue. So then there's traffic and more density built. And just the general sort of mucking up of Culver City west of Overland that those of us who live here are sensitive to, because it's very, very crowded on Culver Boulevard. more and more traffic is difficult for us. So please address the issues of costs ongoing and how this makes business sense for the city also, and what Culver City residents and taxpayers will be on the hook for. And I urge council members to bring these kinds of projects, Section 8 and unhoused housing, to their locations where they live, because that will show their commitment better. That would be Mr. Fish, Puza, and
Can I have staff respond to, I believe this is a no ongoing cost project for the city, and there is a priority process for Culver City residents. Is that correct?
Is this microphone? Correct. This project will be operated by CCFM in conjunction with Upward Bound House. So the city will not be paying for ongoing operations. The city will be using a portion of its HUD housing allocation to support ongoing this project for the next several decades. That's what project-based vouchers are. Project-based vouchers represent a portion of HUD money to Culver City every year. And by granting them to this project, granting these 50 to this project, we are saying and signing a commitment that for this project for the next, I think it's 50 years, 30 years, I'm hearing. Tavis isn't here, I wish he was here. Like I said, several decades, this portion of HUD allocation will not be used for vouchers for affordable housing. It will be going straight to this project. So in that regard, we are providing some ongoing funding to this project.
But we're effectively a pass. We're receiving funds from HUD.
Correct. We're not using city general fund monies to pay ongoing costs to operate this project. It's not a city project. It's not like Project Home Key.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joanna Gullick, followed by Ben Parnas.
Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members, it's delightful to see you all here tonight. And congrats to all of you. It's wonderful to see a city council that is so diverse. I did affordable housing as my career for about 35 years. I worked for 2 cities. And we've done a very good job in many ways on providing housing. But the last deal that was done, the last project that was done was Tilden, really. Except for, of course, the Home Key projects, which are wonderful. I certainly support the resolution tonight to apply for these funds, but this is a very big long shot. I just want to say this is a long shot financially, because the Project Home Key regulations don't like LIHTC. They don't like tax credits. And I agree with Mario. I want to correct, and it's no one's, Tevis is not here, so I understand. But the tax credits will stay with the development even if the Home Key funds are gotten. But I would urge the city council and the city staff to work diligently with the developer Community Corporation of Santa Monica. And really, this is just sort of a backup option, as others have said. We really need to come up with 3 or 4 different options and really pursue them all simultaneously to make sure this development is financed. It must close in March. Yes, Mario is correct from the developer. We probably could get a couple months from, it's not HCD, but from TCAC, Tax Credit Allocation Committee. But June would be the deadline. And if we can't get there, it's going to be disastrous for the church, for the city, and for the developer. So I really urge us all to come together as a team and find the funding for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Parnas, followed by Michelle Weiner. Ben, go ahead, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Are you able to hear us in the chamber?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Hey, everyone. So yeah, I live in the area somewhat adjacent to where this project will happen, and just wanted to provide my support for it. I very much am glad to see the city in general being very supportive of more housing development for those that struggle to afford what we currently have. I guess, I'm kind of a layperson on this subject. So it's been very interesting to hear all the different details and nuances of this and the various options that have been discussed and may or may not be available for funding. I guess one question I have at this point, having listened to everyone else's, is, if and obviously I support the submission with the other group for this grant. If that doesn't happen and there is still a shortfall and we're struggling to find other sources, like, can we build some housing at this location? Are there alternate plans that reduce the cost such that something can happen within a realistic kind of timeline? Because I would imagine that some housing being built is better than no housing being stalled forever. And obviously we need housing everywhere and not just in this one location, this one project. So I'm curious if that is something that's even on the table, or is everything contingent on this one particular design being selected that costs a certain amount? That's my question. And generally, yeah, thank you guys for sharing all this stuff. It was great to hear about it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is
I think we've answered it, but Jesse, you want to respond? I know that we're trying every possible avenue.
Yeah, Mayor, that's ultimately a question for CCSM, whether they're willing to modify the project or not if there's less funding. I mean, it's my understanding that it's probably too late in the game to do that. But
because we got this tight deadline, we got March, June. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Weiner.
Is a representative from the church, were you trying to tackle into answer that question? Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, it's correct. Mr. Nakbar is correct. This is a project of Community Core of Santa Monica. They're the developer. But the project has come to this point and it is ready to be built if the financing is complete. They would have to start from square one to go through the permitting process and approvals, and the economies of scale are very important in this project. It isn't possible to build a small project. That was the initial proposal from Upward Bound House. Would the church be willing to develop 35 units in the parking lot at the rear of the property? But they can't do that because the funding just doesn't work out when it's small. So the size of the project is directly tied with the ability of the project to be built as long as the funding's there.
Thank you.
Michelle, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Michelle Weiner here. I live west of Overland, and I reject this idea that, this project will impact us negatively. Of course not. It's imperative that we have this project. And I'm just so grateful that Ms. Lindgren was here to answer this question. This idea of redoing this project in any way is absolutely absurd. It's been 5 years. We are in great need. We're in even greater need now that we have this major crisis of housing amplified by the fires and the loss of housing. And the competition for construction is going to be great. So it's really time that our city put put our money where our mouth is. We know we need the housing. We know we need to serve the most vulnerable in our community. Everyone agrees on this. So now all we need to do is actually commit to it. And I really hope the staff is directed to commit to it tonight and stop with, applying for other ideas and so on. We need to find the money to make it go, and we need to do it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any follow-up from council members? Councilmember Fish?
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate the comments from community members. My understanding and what I've been told is that this is the only shovel-ready project really on the west side, maybe minus the Vestel project in LA City. So I'm really appreciative of all the hard work, the 5 years of 5 years plus of hard work from Santa Monica Community Corp and from the church and also from city staff too. And I want to offer myself as a resource and however I can be helpful in helping us create a plan. I really appreciated what Joanna Gullick had to say about having four. We need to be pursuing multiple avenues at once. Completely agree, and I do feel the urgency, especially given the fires and their impact on our housing crisis. We're already seeing housing costs go up. We're already seeing price gouging. Our diversity has gone down significantly since I made Culver City my home. It's been our Black population has gone down. Our Latino population has gone down. So I do think the urgency around this project is significant, and we're such a high resource city that it's really we haven't had an affordable housing project in over 10 years, right? So it's a once in a decade opportunity to make sure that 93 families who otherwise would never be able to benefit from this high resource city that we all get to enjoy, get to do it. So I'm here to be a resource, and I appreciate the hard work, and I want to make sure that we can do everything we can and use all the resources and political capital that we can to get this done. Thank you.
My apologies,
Thank you.
Mayor.
Sorry.
We missed one speaker.
Okay.
Can we call them?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Great, thank you.
Apologies, Andrew Dillon.
All right, I've been fairly impressed by everyone who has spoken in favor of our project. Hi, I'm Ann Levin. I go to Culver Promise United Methodist Church. I'm also the current trustee, chair, and lay leader. This project is extremely important to me. It's important to our church and its mission. It's important to Community Corps and their mission, and it's important to the city. And it would be great if we in Community Corps could just sit down and go, hey, let's do a project, and we didn't need any help. But this type of project, an affordable housing project, requires cooperation from many, many people. As you probably know, as we've all walked through this thing together for the last 5 or so plus months, 5 years. So obviously I support going through with this particular application. I support anything we can do to get a project that is ready to go, planned, gone through all the steps again and again and again, and is very, very close to being ready to break ground. We can't break ground because we have a 43 project-based voucher gap that we need to fill in order to fulfill the requirements of the funding that we have, of the awards we've gotten because of the 93 vouchers we thought we had. So this application, yes, absolutely 100%. But anything to get this project built. It's important for the city. I looked at that dashboard you sent out in December. There are 538 affordable projects in the pipeline. We are 93 of those. We're 20% of what's in the pipeline for affordable housing for Culver City. It would be tragic. It would be tragic for my church. It would be tragic for Community Corps. It would be tragic for the city and the people that need the housing. And the partnership you want to build
Time is expired.
to not go forward with anything we can do. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the community that provided comment this evening. Thank you to the city staff for your overview of this item. To all of our stakeholders who have been involved in this project, just really appreciative of your commitment to seeing this project through. I'm very grateful for that. So what I'm hearing is that our community-based developer, nonprofit developer, received something from the city that was generated that asserted something that had maybe some contingency language, maybe, I don't know, but asserted that, I guess, if there were these vouchers received from HUD, the nonprofit developer would receive them. And so, based on that letter, the nonprofit developer went out, relied on the content of that letter to receive additional funding. And now, in 2025, which is wild, but now, 2025, there's a gap here. It really doesn't matter why there's a gap, although we've heard amazing explanations. There's a timeline that we have that's March and or June of 2025. So I'm not really, there's a lot of finger pointing happening all around. I'm not super interested in that, but what I am interested in is how can we make sure that we support. How can we, I've made calls and outreach to some of our electeds. As I'm not in current leadership, I'm trying to ensure that my colleagues who are in current leadership on this board have the opportunity to do that and leverage those leadership roles, and I support that. But at this point, as a city, it was made clear by our assistant city manager that this is not a city project like our Project Home Key site, and so there's no commitment of ongoing funds. So what would it look like if there was? What are the scenarios that we are running other than this one, which of course I support and goes without saying? But we just need to make sure that this happens. And I think that if I'm in the audience or if I'm at home listening on WebEx, I'm understanding very acutely why it is so difficult to even build affordable housing, because everyone on this dais has claimed outwardly that we support affordable housing. The city is literally going to apply for a pro-housing designation. Most of our community members see the gap and want to have housing, various levels of that, of course, because we're a community of many. But everyone knows we're in a housing crisis and a homelessness crisis in LA County, and yet we do have a shovel-ready project, and it might not go, right? And so there's this tension happening, and I just want to be leaning into the spirit of possibility, abundance, and problem solving. So I don't know if staff has various scenarios other than Project Home Key, which I assume that this will be a unanimous vote of support by my colleagues this evening. But what are the other, and it's okay if maybe we can't discuss this and maybe there's a subcommittee or something to sort of troubleshoot what this will look like. But I would really love if we could leave this meeting or this agenda item tonight and have several scenarios of how we make sure this project happens. Because I would consider it to be an immense failure in a moment where there is so much need. In a moment where we know that housing costs are going up, in a moment where we know that, this is the right thing to do. Sometimes it's muddy. This is the right thing to do to make sure that folks have homes. So I don't know if staff can answer that. If we have a subcommittee that is working specifically on this issue, how are we making sure and troubleshooting that there's a plan A, B, C, D, E, F? And I'm sure that there have already been conversations, not sure how much can be shared publicly, but I would appreciate that.
Council member, if we aren't able to find sources of funds from HUD or some other entity, you're looking at the city's general fund. I think we're dancing around it, but if we aren't able to find other sources of funds, there's no magic dust anywhere. We don't have any secret compartment where there's, special funds. It would the pressure will come on the city council to whether or not you're willing to use general fund dollars. We're trying our best. I mean, we're trying as hard as we can, but we'll keep looking. But that's the reality of this, I think.
Thank you for that. Is there a scenario that there could be an ongoing search for, like, is all the money due on March 2025 or June 2025, that if we did have to lean in with the general fund, that it would automatically have to be paid out? Or could we say, we have this commitment, we have this pledge, and Community Corp and or whoever who might be under the sound of my voice that wants to lean in and support affordable housing, to lean in over the course of the development of this project to support this cause? Is that something that we could continue to work toward if we made a commitment to supporting a project?
You know, Counselor, we'll continue to explore.
I don't know if people can hear you, City Manager. I can hear you, but I don't know if people at home can.
Keep turning the mic up back.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Oh, hold it closer. Is that better? Okay. Okay. You know, we're continuing to explore with CCSM different possibilities. And one possibility that's being discussed, and look, this isn't my area of expertise, but nonetheless, there's evidently some approach that relies on trying to, you know, and use my phraseology, like place a bet that maybe HUD would grant some money in the future. You know, money that's not presently available from HUD. You know, we need to see the mechanics of how that works. We need to understand. We haven't seen language of how a mechanism like that works. My sense of it is that we can't know for sure what HUD's going to do in the future. We don't know what HUD funding is going to be in the future. We don't know if HUD is going to provide any more funds to the city in the future. But I mean, I suppose you can place a bet that it might happen. It's not clear to me. I'm trying to learn and understand. I mean, I don't know who ultimately has to make the decision. A lot of this what it boils down to in my mind is, you know, there's a $16 million gap.
60.
16.
16.
That's my understanding. It's the 43 vouchers are equivalent to $16 million.
Okay.
So there's, the way I look at it, there's this risk. And because the money doesn't exist today, right? If we're going to try and make a bet, or place a bet that this money is going to appear later from HUD, who's going to accept that risk today? Someone's got to accept that risk. I don't know if it's us, the city. I don't know if it's ultimately investors, or there are investors that I think make a decision. This isn't my area of expertise. You know, I've been learning about some of these details just recently, but if we aren't able to find, it seems to me that if we aren't able to find some other source of funding, and it's really challenging for placing this bet on the future, it seems to me what we're being asked is for the city to underwrite this risk. And we don't have any, the city don't have any funds other than our general fund. And I mean, I'm just going to try to put it plainly as I can.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, I started this meeting lifting up the fact that corporate neighbors of Sony and Amazon are jointly giving $15 million to support wildfire efforts, and we applaud that, and that's great. And we don't know the duration and how they're investing that or where that might go. And I know this is an evolving but I would assume there may be some funding and resources that might be made, to rebuild and or support folks that are being displaced. So we might, I just think we might want to, I personally am fine with taking a little bit of risk, and that's me speaking from the I, because I do think that we have an obligation to support the city for a long time has, our production of housing has been very low, particularly when we're talking about affordable housing. So if that's the risk that we need to take while we go out and hustle, I'm good with that. I don't know if everybody is good with that, but it would be the message we would be sending by allowing this to fail after so much time, energy, outreach, some of the rules that we required as a city allowed for it to take so long. It's really important for me that this be a success, that this process, even with the hiccups and bumps and untraditionalness of it all, that we have a positive outcome that shows that we are standing with and are supporting affordable housing in Culver City. And we're willing to bet on that outcome. So I'll wait to hear from the rest of my colleagues, but I can appreciate that the money doesn't exist today. I can appreciate that $16.16 million is a significant gap. It's not a little bit of money. It is not something that, we always put out, but I also recognize we have a $350 million annual budget, if I'm not mistaken. So this is something, budgets are reflections of our value statements. There's a lot of money, a lot of things that pull on that. And I'm willing to support something that supports folks in our neighborhood and our community receiving housing. So I'll wait to hear from the rest of my colleagues on how this plays out. But thank you so much for taking the time to answer that, and again to the community and stakeholders for being here this evening.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. Question for Jesse. Since the HCD money, the vouchers are basically every year you have to pay into it from HCD, correct? That money is sort of earmarked, or is that just a one-time fund from HCD? You were saying that there's an ongoing obligation for those vouchers to be paid into it, right?
So every year, again, I'm not an expert on this as well, and I'm going to do my best to explain this in a simple way. My understanding is that every year we get a certain amount of funding from HUD. And we can either use those as vouchers, rental vouchers that we hand out to individual families to go and pay their rent with, that's Section 8, or we can convert them into project-based vouchers through an agreement with the developer. The agreement with the developer says that for 20 years, CCSM Community Corps Santa Monica has told me it's a 20-year agreement. For the next 20 years, you're going to take a certain portion of your annual funding from HUD and give it to that project as basically a rent subsidy.
And to add to that, it's my understanding, someone can correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding, but I think a voucher is equivalent to a 20-year revenue stream.
20-year?
Isn't that correct? It's 20 years of rent.
Okay.
One voucher, 20 years right?
So the developer takes that promissory note from the city basically and takes it to its lenders and gets a loan for the remainder of the construction.
So then that money, those vouchers that are no longer available to Culver City, we're sort of take those off the market, so to speak, for Culver City?
Well, they're being used for this project in Culver City. They're not being used for Culver City resident vouchers, but they could be Culver City residents living in the project.
All right. And then also, it was mentioned that there was a letter of commitment that the city had committed to these. Is that, I hear you saying no, but that was mentioned by a colleague as well as somebody else.
That's a subject of disagreement between us and CCSM.
Let me explain my understanding of it. We committed to provide 93 housing vouchers with contingencies. And those contingencies were if HUD makes them, is able to make them available, and if you got to go through a process, which ultimately is a process where, you know, you see, you put it out for, I think,
RFP.
You issue an RFP and the city council has to, you know, make the decision to grant the vouchers. The city staff can't give the vouchers.
Right.
The city council is the body that actually makes the decision to provide the vouchers. But this was in a letter, a staff commitment to, you know, try to go through this process to provide up to 93 vouchers. But when that commitment was made in this letter, it was unknown how many vouchers HUD would actually allow us to provide. And staff's been doing its best to try and support this project. It isn't that staff gave this project something and took it away. Staff was doing its best to try to provide as much as it can.
The Community Corps Santa Monica asked for that letter of support for its application for state tax credit funding. And it presumably, you know, there's a chance that if that letter from the city wasn't part of the package, they wouldn't have gotten the state tax credit funding. And the number 93 came from CCSM. It's not like staff, you know, looked at our funding and said, well, we have 93 to give them. The number 93 was requested to be put in the letter by Community Corps Santa Monica because that's what was needed to make their project work.
I think that's the number of units in Jubilo Village.
Correct. So that was what they needed to make their project work along with the state tax credit. That's why we sent them a letter saying contingent on HUD funding, we will provide these 93 because that's the number of units in your facility. But never was it a promise. I mean, staff does not have the authority to promise a significant portion of HUD funding, you know, his city's funding just with a letter. That would require a city council decision, RFP.
And then $16 million that the ask is that just a one-time ask and then we step away from it, or
the 16 million, I think that's the net present value of 43 vouchers. You know, there's those 43 vouchers, that's you know, 43 streams of those, that's rent for 20 years times 43. And so the net present value of that stream of revenue is 16 million.
And that's a one-time fee that Culver City, that the ask is we don't determine another source, or is that an ongoing?
They need, this project needs, it's the same number. It needs either 16 million up front or a commitment of whatever that revenue stream is over 20 years. But think of it in $16 million up front. That's the easiest way to think about it.
Okay. I understand it is. How are we in terms of our finances? We don't. Are we fluid with that, or
we have a structural
deficit?
We have a structural deficit. Lisa Soger is still here. You know, this we're going to be coming to the council in February, probably the second meeting in February. I think at that point in time, we're going to be able to provide an updated forecast. But the structural deficit, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know no exact numbers at this point in time, but I think the deficit that we experienced in this most recent fiscal year is in double digits. Right.
Correct.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
know the exact double digit at this point, but it's double digits.
Right, so our plan is to come back to the council at the second meeting in February with our mid-year budget. At that point, I'll also make a presentation on the prior fiscal year. When we were preparing the budget for the current fiscal year, we projected that in the prior year, we were going to be at about an $18 million deficit. That didn't completely materialize because some of the spending that was anticipated in the prior year from many of our homeless programs, right, did not start July 1. So the Home Key project didn't open right away. There were Wellness Village costs didn't materialize in the beginning of last fiscal year. In the current fiscal year, we are continuing to project that same, as of time of budget, we were projecting a similar deficit. Moving forward, some of those numbers decrease a little bit because some of the things that the council had approved, like our motel master leasing program, were temporary and phased out. And so in the 10-year forecast, we're looking at a $5 to $6 million a year deficit. So very high in this year, and we'll see better. Well, I'll have a better idea when I come to you in February where we really stand in the current fiscal year, but certainly spending on all of those programs is fully engaged now and happening.
Just one question. Is our reserve, I think I remember 116 million about that. Is our reserve?
Yeah, so our reserve when we started the last fiscal year was at roughly $150 million. I'll have a better idea in February where we closed last fiscal year and where we're projected to end the current fiscal year. But every year going out forward, we're looking to be depleting that.
Also, those reserves, they're not all available.
That's correct.
There's only a portion of those reserves. There's a portion that is assigned already to certain uses. And then there's another portion that's unassigned. The unassigned portion, I want to say the unassigned was 40-something million.
Yeah, and it was drawn down upon in the prior year substantially because of things like the acquisition of the gun store and other things. And as the city manager mentioned, we have money set aside in a pension pot that can only be used for pensions. That makes up that number. It was down around 20 million in terms of the unassigned.
Okay, it's less than
balance.
Okay, I couldn't remember. There's a portion that there's also a portion the city has maintained for, as far as I know, there's a city council policy that the city maintain a 30% reserve, I think.
Yes, that's the contingency reserve. And that's a part of that 150 million is the 30% contingency reserve. And that is a city council policy. Those funds can only be used in the case of an emergency. Those are clearly defined in the city council policy 5002. And those define when we can draw down on those funds, and then the council actually has to take an action.
Okay, so before I continue, before I forget, Upward Bound House has been mentioned a few times, and I just wanted to make note that I am on the board of directors of Upward Bound House. I have spoken with the city attorney, and I do not have a conflict, so I'm able to participate. Just wanted to go on record with that. That being said, it would be then safe to assume at a modest estimate that if we do allocate this money, we're looking at like a $30+ million deficit, what we have in addition to this, correct?
I mean, if you add that to the projected.
For the current year?
Right.
Yes. Right, if you're adding 16 to
right, to 15, 16, whatever it might be. I mean, I think, like it's been said here, we all want this. It's needed desperately. And it's easy to take gamble with other people's money. If I was a gambling man, I wouldn't take this gamble. I think I at least look at it, the money is, the city's money is our responsibility to sort of watch after, to spend it diligently and wisely. I think gambling with other people's money is not a good idea whatsoever. I understand the need for it. I mean, I'm just at a crossroads and during the need for this and then the need of the community, the need of our responsibility to be sound with the city's money. I don't have any other questions at this moment. If the mayor would check back on me before if something else comes up, but that's it for right now. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Pusa.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the public comments. This is an incredible project. Thank you to the Culver City Methodist Church for having the foresight to do a project like this. I think it's a model for all faith-based institutions. I hope they consider projects like this if it's possible. And I appreciate the work of the Community Corporation of Santa Monica for putting together funding for this project. It's so complicated and layered, and I know they're working diligently on this to make it happen. For me, about the risk of repeating, but I do think this is part of the goal of homeless services. We have great services with our Project Home Key, our Safe Sleep, our mobile crisis team, but the ultimate goal is to get people into permanent housing. And that's so we have step 1 and 2, but it shouldn't be just about getting people off the street, out of sight, out of mind. It's to get them to step 2, 3, and 4, which is to get into permanent housing, job training, etc. This is one way to get people on that pathway to permanent housing. So if we're serious about, homeless services, a project like this is essential for that. I think we all want this project to succeed. It's shovel ready. Someone mentioned, there's 538 of the 4,160 units that are in the pipeline. Only 538 of those are affordable, much less very low income units. So I very fully support this application for Project Home Key Plus. We should send it on with good energy. The mayor and I have a meeting with staff and Community Corporation Santa Monica. I think we should continue to shake the tree as much as we can. This is not going to help now, but I hope we consider, a housing trust in Culver City. So, we can build that up with money so we can use funding from that. And I think that is all of my thoughts. But yeah, I fully support this application. I think we should put it in and continue to do everything we can to make this happen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Most of the important things have been said. We all want this project to happen and to come to fruition. I know I've had, I don't know how many conversations with staff over this and trying to find ways to make it work. So I know that they're trying really hard. And I know that from the conversation that Vice Mayor Pusa and I were in with Santa Monica Community Corp and staff, and from what City Manager was talking about, we're assessing the risk of the city underwriting and even seeing what, if that truly is what is being asked. So I like I know Councilmember McMorrin said that she's been reaching out to electeds. I have as well. I've had extensive conversations trying to get that Measure A money, which was Measure H. I think we're all trying. I'm hearing through the grapevine, that all of us up here are making those efforts. So, it's actually really frustrating because Culver City is doing such a good job at, providing services and housing for our most vulnerable people. And, we should be, from the county's perspective, lifted up as an example and rewarded. And then that way they could say, see, if you do what someone like, a city like Culver City does, you will have assistance from us. But it's really hard. It's really hard for some reason, getting that support from the county. So we're all continuing to try there. We're all in support of the, it sounds like we're all in support of this agenda item. And I do think we should bring this back, just to at least have a report back on where we're at before that March deadline comes. And, anything that we've discovered, whatever, decisions we, or at least recommendations staff will have at that point after further learning and investigation and to shake the trees out there, just so that we can, bring it out before everyone again. Unless anyone else has a question, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Last question, so to speak. Is there any conversation maybe CCSM has with public-private partnership? And I, John, the gentleman that I had met, I introduced you via email that was involved with a lot of housing projects, public-private partnership. Is that something that maybe CCSM can reach out to and maybe get the money from this organization? Or is that, I'm just trying to think of any possibility, any way that we can, or options that we haven't tried already.
Councilmember will explore that.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
One option that came up, I think it was someone in the audience, was the county housing authority giving us some of its project-based vouchers. We have asked them, we've spoken to the executive director multiple times. He says theirs are all allocated towards existing projects. I don't know if that's necessarily true. They have many orders of magnitude more project-based vouchers than we do. So perhaps political pressure could help on that front. I don't know.
Is there something that we can do on the council level to maybe help expedite or?
I would just say reach out to your counterparts at the county level,
right,
and see if there's any way they could shake loose, 43 county project-based vouchers.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Fish.
Just curious if an official letter from the city's council to the county is something that would have it.
It couldn't hurt.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. 3 quick things. This happens a lot in public meetings. So I just want to lift up just generally, a lot of our deficit language has been framed as a result of our investment in homelessness. So I just want to kind of just elevate that. When we evaluate our budget, again, we invest in many things. And yes, one of them, as a new matter, of course, is the Housing and Human Services team. We're grateful that we have the mobile crisis team and all the things that that department is doing. They are not the $350 million in our budget, so we are investing in many things. So I caution folks to just always kind of lift up that investment, although it is a newer one, so it's shiny and has a bright target on its back. But I just want to kind of uplift it. It is worth it to invest in our neighbors and to invest in housing and supports for folks. So I just want to caution folks on the language and how we talk about our gaps. And so I guess that wasn't a question. So the second thing, do we have an assessment as of this meeting, whether just logistically, yes or no? Not saying that we're agreeing to this, but could we cover the 16 million shortfall if it came to that?
That's a policy decision for this city council.
I understand that, but is the money available? Because you were talking, or the, our Director Silver was talking about, CFO Silver, apologies, was talking about, how some funds are obligated, and so, you know, of course, it's a policy decision, but just as a matter of could we or not? Or is that even if it was obligated, we could allocate it?
Councilor, this council could obligate $16 million. It would just reduce the city's reserves by that amount.
Thank you. And so, would we be tacking on, let me ask my last question. Could we partner, I'm hearing from my colleague that hopefully there'll be a joint or unanimous support for a letter to the county and whatever other efforts that we can offer as a council. I'm sure everyone will get behind that. But are there opportunities for like master leasing or other things through either working with the county or potentially selling off some of these things to LA for partnership? I mean, how can we make it work? Is that an avenue or something that we might be able to try to fill in the gap for these vouchers or to, you know, fill in this gap of funding?
Councilor will explore any idea anyone has.
But I'd be curious about that through either the county or LA. If master leasing or seeing what they have available, of course, hopefully we can tap on the letter to the motion, but and do we have a date when this is going to come back? I assume it's going to be after the mid-year report.
We'll bring it back whenever the council wants it. Sounds like it should come back February, probably. I'm thinking we're talking about, it sounds like there's some kind of deadline in March, so the second meeting in February probably makes sense. And maybe that would be at the same time when we bring our updated financial forecast.
Correct, that makes sense to me.
Okay.
And whether it's part of the mid-year or we take it as an item after the mid-year, we could determine that.
I think that's, I'm sorry. I think that would be helpful. It would align with the entire discussion. So,
Mayor,
I'm sorry, do you have any more?
Okay, yeah, thank you, sir. One of the options that was discussed is possibly, and I don't know if we can speak to it at night. I don't know if we have enough information tonight, but was a partnership with HACLA to cover the 43 vouchers. Can anyone speak to that tonight?
I can't, I don't know for certain. I thought we checked on that and came up empty, but I'll double check.
Okay, that's my understanding as well, but just wanted to, share that was an option that we did look at.
I
investigated.
I thought we did. I thought we explored it and there was nothing there, but we'll double check.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Yes. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to present. I believe we have, we have council support for passing this agenda item. So I'm going to first ask for that, and then we can talk about the next stuff. So if I can get a motion.
And this would be a motion to adopt a resolution to submit a joint application in partnership with Community Corporation of Santa Monica for the 93-unit Jubilo Village new construction 100% affordable permanent supportive housing project under the California Development of Housing and Community Development Plus notice of funding availability in an amount not to exceed $22,962,000. Is that right?
Quick question. So just before, so I know what I'm voting on, if we do submit the application and it does go through, we don't find the funding, we're now on the line for the $16 million.
No, this would cover that.
Pardon me?
This would cover that.
That's two separate issues. This is just for the application. This has nothing to do with the $16 million.
Okay. Thanks, man.
I think Councilmember Fisher is going to make the motion and I'll make the second.
Yeah, so moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Fish and a second by Councilmember McMorrin for the first motion to adopt the resolution. How do you vote, Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puzo?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and then there's two different, I think we just need nodding heads for. We would like a letter to be drafted, maybe two letters, actually, one to the county, and I would like, so a letter to the county requesting assistance in acquiring project-based vouchers and any other avenue that there is available. Does anyone want to add anything in their request?
Maybe, I mean, I don't know if this is what you're alluding to with the second letter, it might be, but is there anything, is there a letter we would want to uplift to either our HUD or our council?
Yes, that was my second request.
Would allow us to better easily transfer other vouchers, or that's more of a question for the experts.
Councilor, yeah, that was my recommendation for the second one. So first letter to our county supervisor with language roughly representing what we requested. And I think we need that letter for approval by next council meeting.
Do you need us to approve the letter? I mean.
Do we need to? No? Okay.
No.
Great. Okay.
And would you want to write a letter to HACLA?
We need to send it to whoever that has anything to do with affordable housing in LA County. Anyone that has any, if you're in the room and they're talking about affordable housing, I want the letter to go to them. Okay.
And thank you. No, all great. And the second letter, I think, to our Congress members that represent us, to lean on HUD to find, 43 project-based vouchers for us. Okay. Do we have 3 nodding heads?
We will draft some letters.
Yeah. I think we have 5 nodding heads.
And
Okay.
the record reflect there are 5 nodding heads.
And then the other item is to bring this back at the same meeting that we have the mid-year budget report, is that what it is? Which would be second week of February.
February 24th, I believe.
Okay, great. We have nodding heads for that?
We have 5 nodding heads. We'll bring it back on February 24th.
I think we're this is a lingering I'm going to be coughing for months. 2 weeks ago, you would have not wanted to be next to me. Okay, I think we have this agenda item taken care of. Thank you.
I can't hear you.
Test, test, test. All right, okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Michelle Hamilton. I'm the Senior HR and Equity Manager, and joining me is Janine Houchin, HR and Equity Analyst. We come before Council this evening to respectfully request that the City Council consider the following. 1, the request by the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, hereto referred as ERAC,
to amend its work plan to hold a courageous conversation event, Spark Healing Through Conversation, How the Middle East Crisis Affects Me. 2, authorize the city manager and human resources director as applicable to approve all contracts deemed appropriate in relation to the event planning, facilitation, and production. And 3, provide direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. On September 11th, 2024, staff received an email and draft ceasefire resolution from Chair Bono requesting an addition to the agenda for the September 17th ERAC special meeting. Staff informed Chair Bono that a ceasefire resolution was not within ERAC's purview, and there had not been any direction provided by council to further pursue discussion on this item. At the September 17, 2024 meeting, ERAC reached a consensus to agendize a discussion for holding a community conversation to instead give the community a chance to be heard. To ensure the proper time to plan, market, secure, neutral trained professional facilitators, and to provide the care and diligence required of such an event that has a sensitive nature attached to it, staff recommended that ERAC levy the already slated community conversation scheduled for February 2025. That is listed in the ERAC biannual report to host this event. ERAC, impressed with the urgency of the public commenters' requests, reached consensus to request that the City Council hold the event earlier than and independently of the council-approved February 2025 community conversation. So at the October 28, 2024 City Council meeting, ERAC requested to agendize an amendment to ERAC's work plan. ERAC's intention was to hold the community conversation on November the 19th of 2024. With 3 nodding heads, the City Council agreed to agendize the request for an amendment to the ERAC work plan at a future date to be determined. So tonight we are before you to review that request in light of the outpouring of public response representing multiple sides and facets of this highly sensitive topic. Staff share the concerns voiced by community members that this event's success will be tied to the community's trust that the conversation be facilitated in a supportive and unbiased manner with facilitators well-versed in neutrality and the handling of sensitive topics. Further, as these events have unfolded in the public eye, concerns have been raised as to the lack of neutrality stemming from the October 22nd, 2024 ERAC meeting. As staff assigned to ERAC, we have shared contact names of 2 individuals from the public who voiced interest in wanting to be a part of the upcoming community conversation. Staff followed up with the Community Conversations Ad Hoc Committee, but to date, there has been no known outreach from this body. It is recommended that City Council provide input and/or direction to ERAC, given the long history and sensitivity of this matter in the following areas: securing community input on the event format and platform, the deliberate, inclusive marketing of the event, and the securing of neutral professional facilitators not affiliated with any movement of political platform trained in dealing with sensitive topics. Staff recognizes that ERAC was formed in 2020 to recommend programs, policies, and activities that promote positive human relations and equitable outcomes and opportunities in all aspects of community life, as stated in its bylaws and as City Council appointed members of ERAC. Therefore, staff also recommends that ERAC be required to attend training relevant to and in support of these principles as related to being representatives of Culver City to ensure a successful community conversations event for all Culver City residents who wish to attend. Janine and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Councilmember Fish.
I'm gonna wait to hear comments. Thank you.
Same.
Vice Mayor? Okay, how many requests to comment do we have?
I would currently have 30 speakers signed up.
Okay, so 90 seconds each.
I'm going to go ahead and call our first 10 speakers so everyone can get prepared. Maria Begg with 1 minute seated by George Ressler. Eric Rudin with 1 minute seated by Yana Moser. Emily B. Stephanie Sharp. Joe Delaphy. About that. Guyam Elbeck. Mariah Fontaine. Mark Bauer. Gideon Schickler. Jessica Alvers. Our first speaker is Maria Begg with 1 minute seated.
Hi, good evening again. My name is Maria. I am back here again tonight to speak in favor of the community conversation. So I'm a part of Culver City Residents for Peace, and for the past almost 6 months, we've been coming before council and asking you all to agendize a ceasefire resolution. The ongoing genocide in Gaza has been over 460 days. It's been well over a year of ongoing death and destruction and devastation. And we have been here as Culver City residents, as community members, asking this council to hear our pain and address our concerns. And for the past 6 months, we've been ignored. And finally, now there is an opportunity to have a community conversation to show that Culver City represents and respects Palestinians, Muslims, Arabs, people of all backgrounds, and that our voices can be heard and we can have this community conversation. But then now the community conversation doesn't want to include a ceasefire resolution. But how can I talk about how the conflict in the Middle East is affecting me without also discussing that it can come to an end? This destruction and this genocide that's been going on for 460 days can come to an end with the ceasefire resolution. October 7th, the October 7th attack happened. On October 9th, Councilman Rivera, you moved to agendize a resolution in support of Israel. On October 23rd, and all 5 council members, which includes 4 of our current sitting council members, voted in favor of agendizing that resolution. October 23rd, you passed a resolution less than 2 weeks after putting it on the agenda. And 3 of our sitting council members voted in favor of that resolution. Yet it has been 6 months that we've been coming here to ask for over 460 days of a genocide to come to an end. And we have been ignored, and we have been ignored, and we have been ignored. And now is the time to stop ignoring us. There's the potential that there'll be a ceasefire resolution. We were hoping that would be announced tonight, but that doesn't mean that this city and this council can't take a stand as well. You know that your resolutions matter. You sent the October 23rd resolution to President Biden, to Secretary of State, to our Culver City representatives. You can do that with the ceasefire resolution as well. You can hold a community conversation and you can demand a ceasefire. So please do both.
Our next speaker is Eric Rudin, seated by Yana Moser, followed by Emily B. Eric, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. I apologize that it was speaking. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and members of the City Council. First and foremost, I want to extend my gratitude to all of our and all first responders, and I want to extend prayers for the safety and well-being of everyone impacted by these devastating fires. Regarding this agenda item, I think the tragic fires provide us with perspective about what our City Council meetings have become and what they should be about. Instead of spending our time planning about how to prevent disaster from striking our community or how to support our own first responders, we have been consumed with matters outside Culver City's jurisdiction. Please know that if this agenda item involved a good faith effort to have a positive conversation amongst members of our community to heal and bring us closer together rather than further divide us, I would be all for it. However, anyone who has attended City Council meetings lately, including tonight's, knows that this proposed conversation is anything but. While there are some in our community who have called for the quote ceasefire resolution speaking for themselves and their communities, those individuals' voices are drowned out by the hateful and vitriolic messaging recruited to these meetings. We have ceded time to a business and landowner who proudly proclaims, even with his clothing, that Israel should not exist, and now he has recruited a nationally organized anti-Semitic and anti-Israel entity to bully and intimidate Jews, Israeli Americans, and our leadership. As a result, city council meetings are no longer safe spaces for Jews or Israeli Americans. The quote facilitated conversation in this agenda item is no different. To be specific, these quote facilitators are not simply anti-Netanyahu, anti-Likud, or anti-right-wing coalition. They are anti-Israel. That is not acceptable. The vast majority of Jews feel a connection or kinship with Israel. Again, we are willing to sit down with our neighbors and community members, but we are not willing to sit down with a group that goes from city to intimidate Jews and Israeli Americans nationwide. In sum, I hope that the Culver City Council will see its role not as giving in to a group that tries to force through its agenda via the tactics we've seen employed. The agenda item is currently crafted will accomplish the very opposite and further divide us. Please stop the bullying tactics and encourage equality and fairness for all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily B., followed by Stephanie Sharp.
I would like the Committee of ERAC to consider the following when choosing moderators for the community event. How will they represent me or my family members behind the apartheid walls in Bethlehem? Or my family that has been sheltering at the churches of Gaza after losing their homes? Have they visited the West Bank or been to Gaza? Have they dealt with checkpoints or machine guns pointed in their face at every corner? I hope they choose someone who have lived the struggle of an everyday Palestinian. Also, when we keep showing up here and ask you to listen to your constituents, that doesn't mean that city staff, oh, he's gone now, gets to dictate what we discuss. We are here because there's a lot of division in the city, and we are asking for a healing which can only be achieved if we get to voice our issues as residents of Culver City. Culver City has every single color of a human being here. Keep it diverse. Don't elevate one religion. Please understand, in the last 24 hours, the Israeli occupation forces have launched a series of aerial attacks in the north where the churches of Gaza are. One of the bombs was dropped outside the Greek Orthodox Church, third oldest church in the world, where hundreds of the parish members shelter there, including my relatives. Luckily, no one I know was injured today. Thank God. Thank God. Today, no one was injured from my family.
Our next speaker is followed by Joe.
Hello. Hi.
Can you repeat your name, please?
I'm Stephanie Sharp. I work at New Earth, and I speak on my own behalf. I've stated before that I'm from a very tiny town in Nebraska of 200 people. The town that I come from still sounds sundown sirens every day at noon and 6. And I just want to point out what happens in a community when you stop encouraging diversity, equity, and inclusion. The same siren that sounds that it's time for people of color to leave the town is the same siren that gets sounded for tornadoes. It's a siren that warns that if you don't take heed, danger approaches. And that means that you are a certain kind of unwelcome. And I've been fortunate enough to travel the world, and I have been to South Africa, I've been to Lebanon. I can tell you from that standpoint that what you call as a refugee camp right now is going to be called a township in the future. And it's only going to be for people of color. And you're going to have to be ID'd everywhere you go. It's going to be that. It is the same thing. You can hear someone, but that's just tolerating them. We're asking for people to listen and honor our stories as much as we honor yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Delacroix, followed by Hung Nagam Elbeck. Not seeing them in the chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Hung Nagam Elbeck, followed by Mariah Fontaine.
Hi, my name is Dr. Hung Yam Albeck. I'm a Culver City resident. Thank you to the city council members for listening. I'm here to support Iraq's community conversation about the Middle East crisis, and I would like the city council to allow an open discussion without censorship to include a ceasefire resolution. Last week, an international medical journal, The Lancet, published that the total deaths of Palestinians, traumatic deaths, were closer to 64,620 deaths. 59% were women, children, and elderly over 65, which is 40% more than what government bodies and news sources are citing or can cite. In the past 2 weeks of 2025, more than 74 children have died in Gaza. In November, I shared the story of Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, the chief of a small hospital in northern Gaza, who lost his teenage son to a drone strike. He's now gone, a pediatrician, detained and being tortured in an Israeli prison. The hospital's now gone. A patient described the scene of helicopters and drones bombing the hospital, while explosive-laden robots attacked the ground. These are all funded by our tax dollars. These are U.S. Technology. Their health system is in shambles, healthcare workers killed, imprisoned, medical supplies and equipment destroyed. And Biden has just promised over $8 billion of further death and destruction instead of rebuilding a health system and reinstalling humanitarian aid. I'll send the rest in a letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariah Fontaine, followed by Mark Bauer.
Hello, council members. I am in favor of a community conversation. And I hope that we would be able to discuss ceasefire. And I've been coming here asking for a ceasefire resolution because I care about humanity. I care about life. And I am against war and destruction, wanton destruction, especially of civilians, innocents who are not involved in the conflict. To be honest with you, I didn't know much about the Middle East or Israel or even Palestine growing up. I knew there was an Israel because it was on my map. I didn't know there was a Palestine. I didn't think I had even met a Palestinian until a year ago. But when October 7th happened, I educated myself. I read books. I went to lectures. I listened to podcasts. I sought people out. I listened to both sides. And I thought critically about the history that I hadn't learned in school, that I hadn't seen in the media. Movies were only about one thing and not the other. And I've come to the conclusion that this is unjust. And I don't know why it would be threatening to have a conversation about that. People might not change their minds, and that's okay. We're a democracy. We can have different views, but we should be able to discuss them. And I do think we should be able to talk about a ceasefire. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Bauer, followed by Gideon Schickler.
Hi, my name is Mark Bauer. I'm serve as the Vice Chair of Finance Advisory Committee, but I'm here speaking as an individual. The United States Constitution provides, and several Supreme Court cases has reinforced, that the federal government has exclusive authority over foreign policy. State and local governments do not have the authority to engage in foreign policy or enter treaties into other countries. That means that there's nothing that the City Council can do to directly affect the war in Gaza. Here's a list of entities and phone numbers that may be helpful to those concerned about Gaza and possibly facilitating a conversation. U.S. State Department is at 202-647-6575. The White House is 202-456-1111. Alex Padilla, Senator Adam Schiff, Representative Sidney Palmer Dove. The Israeli Embassy is at 202-364-5500. The Israeli Consulate in Los Angeles, where there's rarely any protests, is at 323-852-5500. And there are also 22 Arab states with embassies and consulates that are ignoring or enabling the crisis. Let's focus on things here that we can solve as a community on a local level. The housing crisis, transportation, parks, traffic, and what is very apparent this week, fire safety and prevention. One thing we can do is focus on a local community is make Culver City a welcoming place for Israeli and Palestinian refugees seeking a new home in the United States. City Council can make a proclamation that Culver City is a welcoming place and encourage refugees to make this their home. This was done by a local Jewish community as Ukrainians were fleeing war in their homeland for a better life in Culver City. There's now a Ukrainian family that calls Culver City their home, supported by members of Temple Akiva. That's the kind of thing we can do. The war in Gaza is a tragedy. Please keep the virtue signaling out of the chamber. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hayden Schickler, followed by Jessica Albers. Not seeing them online or in chamber.
Wait, I'm sorry, could you repeat who that?
Hayden Schickler. Jessica Albers. Followed by Ronald Davis.
Good evening, it's only evening. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you to everyone for expressing your points of view. I think this is really complicated, like not to just state the obvious. I think what has become really clear to me just this evening is there's a confusion over what the purpose of this community conversation is. Is it to talk about a ceasefire resolution, or is it to bring the community together? I think that, excuse me, there's been division over the past year, particularly at city council meetings. It's become a very uncomfortable place to come and speak as a Jew in Culver City. And the hope is that we can get together and have conversations and bond and or at least understand each other. And I think that using the format that ERAC is proposing, particularly with the facilitators that they're proposing, we're not going to accomplish that. We're only going to further divide the community. There's a group that wants to discuss a ceasefire resolution. That's fair and valid if they want to talk about it. I don't think a community conversation that's being posed as a bridge building is the space for that conversation. I would also like the council to clarify who plans this. Is it staff or is it ERAC? Because I also think that there's confusion on that. And what is the council's goal for this conversation? Is the goal to hear more from the folks in the room, or is it to come out with something else? I just think there's a lot of murkiness that should be clarified.
Thank you. Our next 10 speakers are Ronald Davis, Lori Horn, Alice H., Brian Sanders, Polly Sandberg, Nicholas Connor, Jared Bailey, Haifa Mumar, Andrew Lackman, and Samia Banyo. The next speaker is Ronald Davis.
Hi, thanks. You know, I was struck by a couple of things listening to the discussion earlier about the home project and the budgetary issues, and I thought to myself, isn't it interesting that we are here tonight to talk about an issue that's not going to cost anybody any money. And sometimes I think that if there's an important issue that really doesn't cost any money, then what we're really dealing with is our values. We're really dealing with what it is that we want people to think about us as a city or as individuals. We just heard an individual talking about how Culver City really shouldn't be involved in anything because this is an international affair. Well, let me tell you, were I a Jew in Manhattan in 1939, I would have wanted the city council of Manhattan to have passed a resolution condemning what the Germans were doing to Jews in Vienna in 1939. And if someone had said to me, you shouldn't be concerned with that because you're in Manhattan and not in Vienna, I would have said, sir, you are disgusting. Thank you.
Circle back to. You've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Gidon Schickler. I'm a proud Israeli American Zionist Jew. I'm a clergy member serving my community through music and prayer as a cantor. No one wants people or children to die. It's ridiculous. Can you imagine anyone wanting children to die? Actually, now that I come to think of it, I do. There are a tribal Arab population who call themselves Palestinians, elected Hamas with the hopes of destroying Israel once and for all. They decided that if they build tunnels for terrorists instead of bomb shelters for civilians, put their children and families in front of the bombs to die, train their children to become suicide bombers, encouraged by their mothers to become martyrs and murder innocent civilians and die instead of seek peace, store weapons, and launch rockets from hospitals, mosques, schools, and UN facilities, then they will gain favor in the world's eyes as victims of an oppression and genocide in the all-important virtue signaling minds of the ill-informed, vulnerable, well-intended citizens of the Western world. If you want a real ceasefire, then put pressure on Hamas to surrender and release the Israeli and American hostages who were violently kidnapped from their homes and the peaceful Nova Festival in Israel, which started all of this on October 7th. Boycotting Israel and calling for biased anti-Israel ceasefire resolutions here in Culver City is a waste of our local focus and concerns and does absolutely nothing to save lives in the war. On the contrary, it only serves to increase the anti-Semitism that is rife in our society and being...
Your time has expired.
And I just want to remind everyone that members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior at meetings. We're committed to creating a safe place in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori Horn, followed by Alex H. with 1 minute seated. Lori, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. The first thing I just wanted to say that I wasn't planning on saying, but I appreciated the comment that was just made about the hate speech. And I would have appreciated that comment being made a lot earlier in the meeting when especially the comment was made that it is Israel supporters who are hateful. That would have been, to me, the ideal moment for that reminder to have been brought up. But I am glad that you did bring it up. I had other comments prepared, but honestly, Eric Rudin said exactly my sentiments from start to finish. I welcome a conversation, and I appreciated the city outlining their vision for it. But I have a lot of concerns about with whom we're trying to have that dialogue. And the last thing I'd like to say in my remaining time is just to remind people that the resolution that was adopted in October reads that the city of Culver City condemns the attacks on Israel and is in solidarity with Israel and its people, and expresses deep concern for the innocent civilians of Gaza. And it goes on to say and list that its concern over the 2,000 civilians killed and the 1,400 Israelis take.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you. Your next speaker is Alice H. with 1 minute seated by Clarinda Morales, followed by Brian Sanders.
Hello, my name's Alice. I'm a Culver City resident, and I'm in favor of the Iraq discussion. We had a poetry event at Village Well on Saturday evening honoring Palestinian writers. The bookstore's center corridor, usually filled with bookshelves, was filled with Village Well customers and other members of the Culver City community who all came to listen to poetry and short stories written by Palestinian writers. Together we cried as we heard stories of families leaving their homes with go bags filled with important documents, a familiar tale to Angelino's escaping fire. Less familiar, we heard of bloody ambulances, sprays of bullets, children losing their limbs from airstrikes and nail bombs, poems and stories that were written in 1952, 2008, 2021, and 2024. Culver City has ignored constituents voicing their pain from seeing all the destruction and violence in Gaza and has not yet called for a ceasefire. We got the message that Palestinian lives were not precious to this city council. I want you to show me that that's not true. Please continue to support the Iraq discussion on January 28th, but do not limit the discussion by saying that ceasefire is off the table. Because how can any healing start if there's no declaration to stop the violence? The federal government, Israel, and Hamas are arriving at a ceasefire, probably not tonight, maybe tomorrow. Yet are we willing to be on record to say that we'd rather relegate this important stance to a community conversation that you've forbidden to even make a ceasefire conclusion because a few people's feelings are hurt by that word? We're here to say it tonight. Ceasefire. 60 people were at the bookstore down the way to show that they also want Palestinians to stop dying. I'll end with a poem that opened Saturday's event, written by a Palestinian poet, Marwan Makhoul. In order for me to write poetry that isn't political, I must listen to the birds. And in order to hear the birds, the warplanes must be silent. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Sanders, followed by Polly Sinberg. Brian, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm very concerned about the lack of diversity and equitable representation on the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee. The committee is a city-appointed body charged with promoting equitable outcomes, and yet it is a body that has allowed discriminatory and derogatory comments against Jews, against Israel, and against Jewish supporters of Israel. Even here tonight, I hear members of the public using harmful stereotypes that have historically marginalized Jews and justified discrimination. These unchecked statements create an intimidating environment, deterring many Jewish residents from fully participating in civic discussions. Until reforms are implemented, the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee should not be allowed to bring any action items to City Council. Months ago, I alerted the city and the council about the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee's violations of federal civil rights protections. To date, I have not received a response. I will quote for you two violations by committee members while engaged in their official duties. Committee member Haifa Moammar stated, quote, "This is the United States of America, not the United States of Israel," end quote. Her statement perpetuates the harmful stereotype that Jewish Americans in their support of Israel prioritize Israel over the United States. Committee member London McBride stated, quote, "I'm still trying to figure out who this big bad wolf is that everybody is afraid of and why it's so hard to take up for the side of humanity," end quote. The message here implies that those who express concerns for Jews are morally inferior, and this contributes to a divisive good versus evil narrative.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Polly Stenberg, followed by Nicholas Connor. Polly, you've been
City Council, 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 City Council. Hear me? Hear me? Hear me? Hear me? Hear me? Hear me? Hear me?
one of your devices.
Hello, are you able to hear me? Hear me? Hear me?
We can hear you, but you have to mute one of your devices. Are you able to hear us?
I'm only on one device. I will try calling back.
We're going to chat with you, and we're going to come back to you.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Connor, followed by Derek Bailey.
Good evening, council members, mayor, vice mayor, and to the ERAC committee members. Also, thank you for your time on this. Just to even have a conversation about it, something we've been asking for a long time, and so I appreciate you guys scheduling it. We're definitely in favor of it. We don't want it to be censored in any way. It needs to be a courageous conversation, not one that starts from a place of fear. But all that I hear tonight is a lot of fear that either they're not going to be represented or that they're going to be shown in the opposite light they want. And I have to say, we at Jackson Market feel like we're the only ones that have created a space or any kind of a conversation. But what is happening on social media and the way people describe us, describe my partner, is bullying. It is singling us out, it's mischaracterizing us, and it's starting to describe us something different than we are. No one in my partner and I, no one in our business, no one in our community wants anything bad to happen to anybody. Of course, nobody wants children to die, but that's happening. 64,000 people are dead. 17,000 children are dead. Nobody wants it, but it's happening. And all we want to do is say that we as a community don't want it to happen. That's what ceasefire means. Somebody wants to try and say that means I'm anti-Semitic. That's the problem. And maybe I agree with you. This does feel very murky. I don't know what is going to come out of this, except that people want to be heard. We want to be sure. Ceasefire is part of it.
We're going to circle back to Polly Stenberg.
Hello, are you able to hear me without the echo?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm calling tonight to express my support for ERAC's proposal for the community conversation. I am very passionate about justice and equity, empathy, care, and uniformly understood humanity in the city of Culver City. I'm a Jewish mother, and it breaks my heart to no end to hear the various Jewish constituents who have spoken tonight to reject the idea that a conversation can move us forward toward a shared purpose of shared humanity. And that is explicitly why this conversation is needed. We are all human beings. We all deserve the same dignities, and the city has a responsibility to right the bias that was carried out by rejecting the proposal for this discussion month after month. And I do want to clarify that the climate of safety in a conversation is one thing. actual safety in living is another. And we're talking about thousands of lives being lost every day. And we're talking about being a community of Jews, of Arabs, of Palestinians, of atheists, of folks from all walks of life who want to stand up for life, and not only to stand on the right side of history, but to impact history, to say that never again means never again for anyone. We need to be able to speak about intervention and get past remembrance.
Our next speaker is Jared Bailey. Jared, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. Welcome, Bubblefish. I'm here to voice my support for the community conversation with Iraq. I grew up in South Central. I've lived in Culver City for 11 years now. And the first time I ever went to the Museum of Tolerance, I think I was 10 years old. And I remember seeing the faces and the names of the many people killed during the Holocaust by Nazi Germany, and I remember thinking to myself, oh, I would definitely not let this happen. And like, I'm a kid, I'm 10 years old, and I'm like, man, this is really, really awful. How could anyone let this happen? And now that I'm much older and I'm seeing this destruction and death happen, I'm like, wow, this is awful. We should stop this. But we can't. So the thing that I'm asking you to do is allow us to have this conversation so we can heal our collective trauma, because there's trauma for Palestinians, there's trauma for Jews, there's trauma for literally everyone watching mass murder and destruction happening.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Haifa Momar, followed by Andrew Lackman.
Good evening. My name is Haifa Muammar. I've been mentioned twice tonight to my honor. I am part of the Equity and Human Relations Committee, but tonight I am speaking on my own behalf. I would like to encourage the courageous conversation, because it really takes courage to face your pain and other people's pain. I would like to read a poem by the incredible legend Mahmoud Darwish, Palestinian poet. Think of others. As you return home to your home, think of others. Do not forget the people of the camps. As you sleep and count the stars, think of others, those who have nowhere to sleep. As you liberate yourself in metaphor, think of others, those who have lost the right to speak. As you think of others far away, think of yourself. Say, if only I were a candle in the dark. I encourage the City Council to be the candle in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Lackman, followed by Sonia Banyo.
Good evening. I am offering this statement in my personal capacity and not as a reflection of any other organization or entity. I would like to thank the IRAC and Council for suggesting this conversation. I am in support of having this conversation, and if you listen to the discussion tonight, it shows the gaps that exist and how we engage with each other as a community in a space where we all need to be together and respect each other and find ways of reflecting our pain and concerns. However, it is important that the facilitators be considered fair and capable of building bridges. From what I understand, both facilitators may have made statements critical of a certain conflict, which may put in question their neutrality with respect to the mainstream Jewish community. If this is the case, I think it's not necessarily disqualifying, but they do need to address their statements and how they can be a neutral facilitator. The conversation is important, as we see tonight. And it's important that we do it right. And thank everyone for coming together, for being able to talk about this and hear each other's stories and pain and how they've been impacted personally by this. It's so difficult for us to come together as a community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Celia Banyo, followed by Rachel Snyder.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sami Bano. I'm a member and chair of the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, but today I'm speaking on my own initiative. I actually wanted to let the council know that at our November ERAC meeting, we formed an ad hoc subcommittee, and our ad hoc subcommittee has had opportunity to meet a few times and discuss more in depth our vision and ideas for the event, as well as take community feedback that we have received into consideration. We were advised by staff that since Iraq as a whole has not had an opportunity to receive that report from us and approve the recommendations that we will be making in those regards, that we should not discuss those publicly. But here I am. If it's allowed and you have questions, I'm happy to answer them when appropriate. But we have, for example, based on public feedback, looked into recommending a different facilitator. We have looked into updating a different title, looking at different prompts to speak at during the event, and so on and so forth. So we are doing our very best to create a healing space.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call the rest of the names. If you don't hear your name, please come see the clerk. Rachel Snyder, Gilda Rodriguez, Daniel Nickbarjum, Sarah Blau, Abram Kupton with 1 minute seated, Ellie Levy, Zach Shapiro, Connor Prophet, Fawaz Aswani, Rida Hamida, and Kelly Kent. Our next speaker is Rachel Snyder, followed by Gilda Rodriguez. Rachel, you've been
My name's Rachel. I've worked in Culver City for 31 years, and I am now also an homeowner in Culver City. Yet I never thought in all this time that as a Jew, Culver City would become an uncomfortable place to work and live. But since October 7th, 2023, that has been the case. All evening, I've been hearing comments that vilify Israel. Yet there was no acknowledgement that the conflict between Israel and Hamas and Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis was started by Hamas. But I'm here to address and speak my concerns about the desire to create a courageous conversation event, how the Middle East crisis affects me. Those insistent on the conference desire this really as a way to continue denigrating Israel. The idea is to create a safe space. I don't see why that's necessary, as people been voicing their concerns and anti-Israel sentiment for the past 15 minutes in our meetings. And I've been stuck listening to these comments during the whole first part of this meeting, tonight's meeting. I understand the council would like Jews within our community to participate in such an event and may view our lack of numbers as apathy, but it really isn't apathy. The way we see it is, why do I want to participate in a meeting that the underlying purpose is to vocalize and legitimize the only Jewish country in the world?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gilda Rodriguez, followed by Daniel Nickbargen. Gilda, you've been unmuted. Go ahead. Gilda, are you able to hear us in the chamber? We'll come back. The next speaker is Daniel Nickbargen. Not seeing them in the chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Sarah Blau. Not seeing them in the chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Abraham Kutin with 1 minute seated by Reina Ramirez.
Again. My name is Abraham. I am a Jewish American. My roots run through Boyle Heights, Glendale, Israel. Before that, Austria-Hungary, Ukraine, and Russia. My family lives right here in Culver. As a Jewish man, I can tell you no one has welcomed me more or made me feel safer than the Palestinian American community. No one. Meanwhile, the Zionist pro-Israel community have promised to murder myself and my Jewish friends more times than I can count. So please take note. As I said before, generations of millions of Jews, secular and religious, are staunchly against the Israeli government and the racist political ideology behind it, Zionism. Genocide is not a Jewish value, and Israel is a foreign government and does not represent Jewish people. Palestine's existence might be an inconvenience for Zionism, but it is real, and denial of Palestine fosters a genocide mentality. We have made it clear for over a year that giving Israel a blank check for war crimes is costing us here at home. Are you feeling that cost yet? When our firefighters say that fire response funds are cut and resources are stretched, but the same week our government gives Israel yet another $8 billion to bomb children, can you feel the cost? Or maybe you're finally processing the environmental cost of a nuclear bomb's worth of ordnance Israel is dropping on Gaza every few weeks for over a year. It is not sustainable. It is contributing to climate change, and it is contributing to the fires that have destroyed Los Angeles. There was plenty of talk in the city council meeting about why we don't have the funds and where will we find them and how will we address the city's needs. Well, I found the funds. You're sending it to Israel. You need to stop sending it to Israel. And then we'll have the funds to fund what the city needs. I demand you support the Iraq proposal for the community conversation set for February, and I demand that a ceasefire resolution be part of that discussion. Thank goodness, for all our sakes, the LAFD does not put out fires or does not drag out matters of urgency the way you are dragging out the ceasefire resolution. The Palestinian Holocaust is America's genocide, and shame on America, shame on Culver City, for making us Jewish people the face of it. It is a shande. It is an abomination. I say maspeak. I say dayenu. I say enough. I say ceasefire. I say arms embargo. I say sanctions for Israel, and I say free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ellie Litt. Next speaker is Zach Shapiro, followed by Connor Profit.
Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Zach Shapiro. I'm the rabbi of Temple Akiba of Culver City. I don't speak for the congregation. I speak for myself right now. There's a story about an individual who was lost in the forest for 3 days. And after those 3 days, he found another individual who was also lost. And one person asked the other, "How do we get out?" And the other said, "All I know is that we've both been lost, and the way we've been looking on our own has gotten us nowhere. Perhaps if we work together, we can make our way out of the forest." For dear Culver City, we're in that forest, and our communities have been going in various directions. And I want to suggest that we don't need a resolution for anything, but rather what we need is resolve. We need resolve to work and build together. We need resolve to dream. We need resolve to listen. We need resolve to create sacred space. We need resolve to be vulnerable. We need resolve to be the best Culver City that we can be. That's not about a resolution, that's about resolve, about the integrity to move forward, to work together, and to make our way out of this forest. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Connor Prophet, followed by Fawaz Aswani.
Hello, good evening, Culver City Council. I think I first came to you coming up on a year ago now, by myself at the time to ask that you draft and pass a ceasefire resolution. At the time, you didn't respond. I met some of these wonderful people here, and we came back at least one more time, asked again individually. We were told to come back with more people, so we came back with more people in August, and we asked, and again, you did nothing. We kept coming back with more people. We were told maybe come with more people, maybe say something different, and then it became let's have an ERAC meeting, let's pass this off to them. But what I still haven't seen is a draft for a ceasefire resolution, and I think it's absurd that the whole point of this ERAC committee meeting was to put off the ceasefire resolution. It's not even allowed to be spoken about at the meeting. So yeah, I'd like to center that. And I do think that resolve is important. I thank the rabbi for his words. And I think that a resolution is also important, both in the sense of having peace within our community, but also like a resolution so we can go together forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fawaz Aswani, followed by Raida Hamida. Not seeing them in chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Raida Hamida, followed by Kelly Kent.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, for putting this discussion on the agenda finally. It took us 6 months, but congratulations on your mayorship and congratulations to the council. From Los Angeles to Gaza, every person deserves safety. What is happening in Palestine is connected to the displacement of communities in Los Angeles due to fires. It is all connected. It's a story of colonization and capitalism that has historically harmed and displaced our people. First, I want to thank Chairwoman Samia, as well as Haifa, London, Rebecca, for listening to us as we attended multiple ERAC meetings to advocate for this discussion. We respectfully ask that you support ERAC's proposal for the community conversation scheduled for February 25th. As part of this conversation, we request that the development of a mutual ceasefire resolution be included. Since August 12th, we have urged the city to place a ceasefire resolution as they did in October 2023. Councilmember Vera, you actually encouraged us to engage with ERAC to facilitate this conversation and to work towards a ceasefire resolution in that pathway. And we are counting on your support tonight to do the right thing and keep your word. Thank you.
And our final speaker is
Morning. Congratulations to our newly elected and re-elected council members and to our newly installed mayor. I'm Dr. Kelly Kent, resident of Culver City. Thank you, Chair Bono, for your hard work on this. Please move forward with the community conversation being proposed tonight. I support it for numerous reasons, but I'd really like to amplify that some of the reasons to hold the community conversation are simply the residents and neighbors of Culver City who have asked to feel seen by this council. It is not a lot to ask to be seen, and yet the ask has heretofore been treated as if it is heavy and burdensome. An ask to be seen and heard should never be too much to hold for our leaders, our elected representatives, our government. Please, as our leaders, see this IRAC event as one small way to make proverbial eye contact with your constituents and honor their humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. Take comments from council members.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate everyone's patience. I want to make sure I do this topic justice. And I just want to acknowledge that there's no perfect way to talk about this incredibly sensitive topic. So all I can do really is speak from the heart and speak from, my personal experience. Like I think I'm really encouraged by the brave conversations we're already having. So I really appreciate everybody for their comments. Truly on both sides, it's not easy to get up in front of your community and talk about something that's become so loaded. And I really appreciate both I appreciate the advocates who have been, very persistent, and that's really what it often takes to make change is persistence. I have these really difficult conversations all the time with my Jewish family and friends. I have conversations with people of all sides of this issue. We often, sometimes don't see eye to eye, sometimes we do. But it all starts with a conversation. Nothing is learned without that. So, especially right now, it's a really challenging time to be here and to process what we see in the news. Algorithms are determining what news we see based on what we will like rather than what will challenge us, right? So when we go online, we're told to hate one another, to see the other as the enemy. So I think it's really important right now that our community turn towards one another. And I'm in favor of this conversation because I think it could be helpful in healing some of the wounds and seeing the humanity in each other if we actually listen, right? Not just have a venue for expression, but have a venue where the goal is to really take in what is said, even if it's something you don't agree with. So I appreciate the organizers' intent to make that the goal of the event, listening, taking in what your neighbor is saying. And I looked over Chair Bono's proposal. I appreciated the fact that that was really the goal of it, speaking to each other and listening to that person across from you. I've been a part of exercises where that was really the focus. And, there wasn't presentations, it was just listening to somebody who may or may not agree with your point of view. And I think with the right facilitators, that could be really powerful. There's no such thing as a neutral party when it comes to something this loaded. And so I don't know if we'll ever find that person that is perfect, that moderator that makes every single person feel comfortable, especially when there's an issue like this, which has such a wide range. So I feel that we really have to pick, the moderator that has experience in facilitating these conversations and making sure people come away from them feeling like they learned something, regardless of where they came into that conversation. So I've heard good things about Newgrounds. I know one of the proposed moderators, maybe two of them were from Newgrounds, so I'm encouraged by that. And I just appreciate the work of ERAC. I really want to uplift that and the work of the advocates who have come here and desired to be seen. Growing up in a Jewish household, in a neighborhood without a lot of Jews, I didn't really get to interact with a lot of other Jewish kids until I went to Sunday school every week and got to go to Hebrew school and got bar mitzvah. That was really, and joined a Jewish youth group. That was really where I got to bond and appreciate other Jews. I met my husband in the Jewish fraternity at USC. We got married by our rabbis. This is a conversation that's a really tough one for people in the Arab American community, for people in the Jewish community. I've been outspoken in favor of a ceasefire resolution since a month or two after October 7th. It's something that is personal to me in the way that I see my Jewish faith and how I express it. We are, my faith tells me that we are all born B'Tselem Elohim in the image of God. Talmud says that every life is a universe. Those are things I hold very dear, near and dear to my heart. And I think there's something what we're seeing, across the world, what we're seeing in Israel by Israelis is who have protested in the hundreds of thousands who want to see an end to the violence. And that's the overwhelming sentiment that I feel from this group of people who continue to show up at our meetings is a desire for an end to the violence. And I really appreciate that message. And I hope that we can, as a community, and I would be open to agendizing a discussion of the ceasefire resolution and a hostage swap as well, hostage deal as well, because I feel that the community could benefit from having that forum, and I do think it would be beneficial as a separate forum. And I invite any of my colleagues who would like to, join me in that. But I have tremendous respect for the fact that this has been a really tough environment for several months. It's a really difficult conversation to have. And I'm Jewish, and it's an extremely difficult conversation to have. So I have tremendous grace for my colleagues and for for having presided over those meetings that under very difficult circumstances and under a much more difficult environment as well. Now, the Los Angeles County Democratic Party has issued a resolution, our county supervisor, our Democratic presidential nominee, and others. So the environment's a little different, but I completely appreciate that we're coming at this from different places. And I have tremendous patience for that and understanding. And this is, where I'm coming from. And I invite any community members who want to have a conversation with me. This was ultimately not what I think we ran to city council to focus on. For me, it was housing, transportation, public safety, making sure that our budget represents all of us, that we create city services that care for all of us. But this is something that's very important to our community, the desire to be seen and to be heard and to use our collective voice for good and for peace. So thank you. Those are my comments, and I really appreciate the time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Thanks to our community members for coming out. Thank you so much to staff and community members for your work. I just like to reflect a little bit of what I'm hearing tonight and what I have heard. I am hearing folks who are in a lot of pain. I'm hearing folks who feel unheard and unsafe. I'm hearing that some neighbors do not feel safe coming to council meetings, whether they're in person or on WebEx, while some neighbors feel very comfortable coming to meetings and seeing that they feel safe coming to meetings. I hear that some neighbors support a conversation, a community conversation. I also hear that other neighbors do not support us utilizing city resources in this manner. I hear different goals from community members and committee members, and just there are different goals that are being shared and elevated as it pertains to this conversation. And I deeply appreciate folks feeling safe sharing their perspectives and insights on what they believe that this body should do. I know that for all 8 meetings since the first meeting in August 2024, 9 including this one, we have had countless hours of comments from community members. Really grateful for that, and that folks again feel comfortable coming to speak out. I'm grateful that we've been able to adopt a community statement toward hate speech last year, I think, or maybe it was late in 2023. I am very encouraged by the fact, particularly as it pertains to this item, that folks are very encouraged about a ceasefire deal from the Biden administration. So I'm hopeful that that is something that our federal leaders will be able to pull off, and it's my understanding they've been working for quite some time on that. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to our leaders will be able to support that and see that through. And what I know is that healing and community can come from many places and sources. Sometimes it's government, sometimes it's community, sometimes it's our faith, and that's been my experience. And I'm very empathetic to the loss of life, whether it's here locally, whether it's on the county level, whether it's statewide, whether it's national, and whether it's abroad. And I am very hopeful to an end to all violence, and that communities get what they need, and that every member of every community can thrive. I deeply believe that that is possible, and that's why I do this type of work. So as the current wildfire crisis that we are navigating shows me, as a local elected in a county that is deeply impacted by this ongoing crisis, to ensure that our local resources are available to respond to these crises that crop up. And with new federal leadership coming for us next week, now more than ever, local government will be even more important to show up for all groups that might be under threat. That includes our undocumented neighbors and immigrants in our community. That includes our in-house neighbors, our LGBTQIA+ community, all members of all faiths, or folks who choose not to believe. It's completely fine, however you show up. Folks that are seeking reproductive care and support, and any member of traditionally marginalized community, including our communities of color. And so I absolutely believe that in light, of course, of what we've heard tonight and what we continue to hear and witness and see from folks at the federal level, globally, right on down to things that are in fun Facebook groups in our community, that we have to double down and support our anti-hate efforts as a city and encourage our neighbors and us locally to continue to do and support this kind of work. And I'm committed to doing that work. I know that the anti-hate work or the anti-hate data came out, and acts of hate and instances have exploded from the last count last year. I did ask, just knowing that this would come up, that this conversation was coming up, of our police chief and staff there, just to see over the past 5-ish years what the hate crimes were as it pertains to Islamophobia and anti-Semitism that have been reported in Culver City over the past 5-ish years. And there were 3 instances, which is of course 3 too many, And I'm sure that that could be public records requested if folks are curious about that. But, you know, it's deeply concerning, and we want to make sure that folks are reporting, and we want to make sure that we're doing our part to show up. So I say all that to say, if colleagues do move forward with this event, I do think we should deeply clarify what our shared goals are as a community. I did hear that there is not community consensus to the moderators, which I think really calls into question whether there will be the buy-in necessary to get some of the goals of healing and community and understanding. Because if we are hearing from, you know, folks who are not in all accord of what's happening, and we just have to acknowledge that folks are coming at this issue from many different points. If there isn't consensus around the moderator, are we undermining the success of a conversation overall, and will healing take place? Or will some communities get healing and not all communities? So I do think we just need to be really clear about what our specific goals are, how we're going to deal with the lack of consensus to the moderators, if that is something that we're choosing to move forward with. And I would really like to see if staff has recommendations for moving forward, given the concerns lifted up by the moderators, by community members, because we want to make sure that we're honoring everyone in our community. So just wanted to lift that up, and I don't know if staff has a response, but that concludes my comments.
Thank you. So with response to the moderators, just to put things in context. So at the November 19th, 2024 meeting, there was an ad hoc committee formed to plan this event. So from the forming of the ad hoc committee is responsible for selecting the facilitators to present to the full committee. Our meetings are public like this one, and so people read agenda items and they come to those meetings, and they also review people on their websites and see what these individuals are about. So in terms of suggestions that we have, one suggestion that we tried to make was the sharing of contacts of the community who wanted to be a part of the community conversation in whatever way they could. And to date, there has not been that outreach to that body. I think those contacts should be reached out to show a different facet of the conversation. Because at the end of the day, if we bring everyone together and we're talking about being courageous and really being heard, you also have to clap when you hear something that you do not agree with. And I think part of the issue is there are divides on both sides. And so I think in terms of kind of bridging the gap, maybe consider some of the individuals who volunteer to be a part of the conversation and mix them in with what the ad hoc committee is suggesting as a way of kind of having a 360-degree look, 360-degree look, instead of the community perception being it's one-sided.
Thank you. Excuse me. Ms. Vaughn wants to respond. Ms. Vaughn?
Just a follow-up question.
Yeah, sure.
So as it pertains, or maybe you can answer this, but as it pertains to folks, is there like a list of folks who offered support who weren't followed up on, and what was the rationale for that? Was it timing?
Not sure, because we have not gotten the feedback from the ad hoc subcommittee. And then also, just to clarify, in terms of staff, we receive our direction from the city council. And I think there's a big misunderstanding in terms of, oh, because we want something on the agenda, we should get it. We take our direction from the city council, city manager takes direction from the city council. We bring that back to the committee and then we plan work accordingly. So I think there needs to be a bifurcation of one, the ceasefire conversation versus the community conversation. They're two different things altogether. And while we're not saying that individuals can't talk about these things, the conversation was supposed to allow people to be heard and air their feelings. And certainly there are a lot of feelings out there that are outside of the ceasefire. I mean, we have had students come forth to say that there have been incidents at the school where they feel afraid, that they are of a certain nationality, and, you know, so on. And we've had people tonight talk about their fears in terms of being who they are. This conversation can include religion, can include ethnicities. I mean, it's such a large gamut, but I think in order to meet the needs of the public, I think there needs to be a definition along with guidance. Because again, as staff, we are subject to the city council, and we've tried to convey that in meetings. So, you know, calling out one council member doesn't mean that there were three nodding heads, in other words. So, and I think that's where a lot of the tension has come from. And I will say that ERAC was the body that created the civil discourse rules and went around to other CBCs to share that information. And we've had some incidents at meetings where you wouldn't have thought that those civil discourse rules were created by this body. And, you know, as part of being staff, you know, one of the things that we do not want to see is the work and the goals, the framework around ERAC be watered down. I realize people feel strongly about things, but we have to maintain respect for one another, whether it's in the community, whether it's for staff, or whether it's for the community members within the body of ERAC.
Have we reached out? I'm sorry, I'm one more, and I haven't forgotten about you, Chair. Have we reached out to the LA versus hate folks for potential guidance and or potential moderators for a conversation or discussion such as this? Because I know that the county has been doing anti-hate resources and has kind of spearheaded that work for our region.
So I will say we kind of took it a step further and reached out to the Conflict Resolution Division that's associated with LA County, LA Hate. Right now, they are in a situation where they're not able to share their materials with a public body. One of the things that they encouraged was for bodies such as ERAC to maintain neutrality. And so they have a background in working with these different committees across the state of California with these same types of conversations that come up, and how you approach them in a way that everyone is included and everyone feels heard. So yes, we did do some outreach. We also reached out to Right to Be, who was very active during the United Against Hate Week. But again, it seems like members of this, the DEI world, they tend to protect their materials. So we are working through some options.
Okay, thank you. Chair.
Hello. So of course, concerns on both the part of the community as well as staff with regards to who the facilitators of the community conversation would be are very, very valid, and of course, something that we are also very concerned about. As I mentioned earlier, I had actually been advised by staff that because the discussions we as a subcommittee have been having have not as yet been presented to the full body of ERAC and been approved, that I should not publicly discuss. And I had offered to, for example, write a report for today with updated information about our recommendations and so forth, but staff said that would not be basically allowed. And so, a lot of the concerns that we have been hearing from the community, particularly about, well, honestly, until today, I had not heard even a single comment of concern about the Palestinian American facilitator that we recommended in the report that I recommended in the report that I wrote. We did hear some concerns about the Jewish American facilitator that we had recommended. And so we took those concerns into consideration, and we reached out to a number of alternative people. There are things that we are taking into consideration in our selection when we think about, as Member Fish, I think, said very eloquently, when it comes to something like this issue, there is no way you can find the perfectly neutral facilitator. Even if you choose a facilitator who's like from a, let's say, a third community with no ties to Israel, Palestine, and you choose them, that does not guarantee you that they don't have opinions on the issue, that they are not stakeholders in some way, shape, or form on the issue, etc. So we are doing our best to recommend facilitators who have a proven record of facilitating dialogue in this particular issue area and have demonstrated the skills of, regardless of what their personal opinions are, of being able to create effective spaces for open conversations, courageous conversations, and so forth. And the facilitators that we are recommending absolutely fit that bill. They have years worth of experience and have proven their ability to do this work. If perhaps it would help, and this is something one of the facilitators actually said they would be open to, that we could invite them to our next meeting, ERAC meeting, if the community wants to be able to see them, hear something from them, something like that, if that would help allay some of the community concerns about who they are, because it's, you read someone's bio and it may not give you all the sense of information that you may want. Even honestly, the concerns that were expressed about the first facilitator from the Jewish American community that we recommended, they were by and large vague and not very specific, except in one or two instances where a specific example was given. Nonetheless, we took those concerns expressed very seriously and reached out to additional folks. There were one of the people that staff shared their information with us from the community who would like, who offered to help with this community conversation preparation. They suggested 3 names. One of them was actually Maya Fredman, and I did reach out to Maya Fredman. She's not available on the date that we needed, but she knows the person that we're now recommending to take that position as facilitator, and she has worked with them, and I'm sure if you talk to Maya, she would be like, yes, you have made a good choice. So if, again, we are doing our very best to take community feedback into consideration, and we are going to continue our efforts to reach out to community members. There have been some delays in that department on our part, but it's not making excuses by God, but just like this weekend we were talking about reaching out to the community members on the Jewish side who wrote to us, and I was like, well, should I go ahead and do it? But our member Rona, who is the Jewish member on our committee and subcommittee, she said, no, please let me do this. I think it's most appropriate for me to do it. But she has been stretched so thin. She's not feeling well. She's not here today. She wanted to be because she's having intestinal pain. And so give us some time. We are definitely going to be reaching out to every single person. We are going, and even as we have not yet reached out to certain specific people, we have nonetheless taken their feedback, and as we have heard it in public comment and so forth, into consideration.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. When this conversation first came to council, I believe Mayor O'Brien brought it forward. And at the time, there was only 2 nodding heads. I think it was myself, you, even bring forward a conversation. After multiple meetings, we finally got a 3rd nodding head. In the beginning, and I still stand by my comments of conversation. It is all about conversation. And until we have that open conversation with one another and respecting each other's feelings and beliefs, we're not going to get anywhere. I think Ms. Albers, Jessica, you said, and you hit the nail on the head, there's confusion. There's all kinds of confusion on both sides of the beliefs of this. And it is, there's issues, if I look through all my comments, about listening to our story, to, refugees making Culver City their home, about costing money, no one wants children to die, conversation, the facilitators are biased. I mean, I think the common thread in all of these comments is confusion and conversation. And then Rabbi Shapiro said it so eloquently about resolve. We don't need a resolution, we need resolve. Resolve to work, resolve to listen, resolve for understanding. Right, to your comment about a conversation, I agree with you up until the point where I never said that a resolution should be part of that conversation. It's wherever the conversation goes, but we need to start with a conversation. And I feel the way it is right now with the facilitators and the moderator, it's difficult for either side to go into a conversation and feel good about it if the facilitator of that conversation has made comments that were disparaging to the other side. So I'm glad to see that we are looking for a different moderator to sort of quell that fear. That being said, I stand with the conversation, a community conversation. I had mentioned that brought forward, and I believe I don't know who it was, about faith-based organizations being part of this conversation. And somebody said it's not about religion, but I think knowing the perspective, knowing the history of both sides, and I hate using sides, both opinions would be a good thing. I stand with the conversation. I can't say that I stand with a direction to say that ceasefire must be part of this conversation. I think that's putting, either way, we're going to upset either end of the belief system. And at the end of the day, are we going to create more harmony? Or are we going to create more divide? Are we going to create dissension? It's not our goal at all. I stand with the conversation. I think everything starts with conversation. Where that conversation leads, who knows? But to say that conversation is contingent upon or must include a ceasefire until we have the conversation, I can't say that. But I do stand behind a conversation. And Mayor, that's it for me right now.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for coming out and sharing your stories, your feelings, and how this is impacting you. I believe in the power of dialogue. In fact, it's the greatest instrument for peace. The crisis in the Middle East is deeply complex, yet profoundly personal. And there's no doubt that community members in our city are hurting and suffering right now. Hearing the news about what's happening is terrifying and deeply, distressing. I've always believed in diplomacy first, rather than violence, and it's heartbreaking to witness any and all death, whether it's here in Culver City, the fires in Los Angeles County, or across the world in the Middle East. Many community members and have family members and friends that have been impacted, as many have shared, and my heart goes out to all of you. Every life is truly precious, no matter where you were born. Storytelling and holding someone else's pain is incredibly powerful. It has the cathartic power to heal and transform. This issue is really heated in our city. And there's been reports of hate speech, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, discrimination based on ethnicity or national origin, especially in our school district. And, some of the public may not be aware that we do have a school board. So if you're not aware of that, they should be made aware of that. And if not, I'm happy to reach out to them. There's no place for Islamophobia or anti-Semitism in Culver City. And so if people don't feel heard, a community conversation with equal representation is a step towards standing up to hate, to understand one another. Obviously, one conversation is not going to solve this problem. So I hope the community is, thinking long term to address these tensions in the future after this ends. So I'm encouraged of the meeting that you had, that where you, a member of the public shared, that you all shared your reflections and hopes, and your feelings with one another, because this work takes time. I was also interested in a comment from that didn't speak tonight, but came to us via email, just to do a Middle Eastern cultural night, to share what unites us rather than what divides us, to agree through dialogue and sharing one another's culture, so we can foster understanding rather than division. I'm sure there's not an appetite for that, but saying that, a conversation is important. And I think it's vital that we do it right, and that starts with balanced facilitators. So making sure that we have appropriate facilitators is very important. For me, it won't include a ceasefire resolution discussion. As mentioned, we have all the resolutions from our political leaders who actually influence these types of decisions. But a conversation is important, and we do have to do work as city leaders to work against hate in our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So, thank you, as always, to everyone who, I think this has been a sharing of a brief. Every time I put this in a little context for me personally, when I was first getting requests and hearing from folks here, I expressed this to folks in this room in person, but I was of the opinion, no, I'm not doing any more international conversations. And after one of the early meetings, where a lot of you folks came, I offered to meet with you and did, and it was a little bit of a surprise how many people were in the room with me. I think it was about a dozen people for about 2 hours. And I gotta say, it's really hard. It's obviously hard for everyone to come here and speak your feelings and your truth, and it's even harder from our perspective. And you're going to say this is hypocritical, and I agree that we can't respond to it because it's not on the agenda. So that's frustrating for you. It's been frustrating for me. So I'm very happy I can actually comment on this tonight. And I have tried to agendize this. Not everyone realizes that, but 3 times and twice in one meeting. So the effort has been there. And I was in the room with any of you here and others, and I went into it with a state of mind that I'm not doing this. I feel you, but I just don't believe this is in our sphere of influence. And it became a question of mental health. And we talk about that often in this chamber, well, in that chamber. And that's a topic that's important, and we address it and we have conversations about it. And in the room, when I was with all of you, there's a lot of tears and a lot of kind of panic. And it was because of that reason that I felt that we did need to have this conversation. So I tried, and I'm glad my first meeting as mayor, we got this before everyone. So some thoughts after hearing everyone on the dais and everyone out there and our staff. So thank you for your reports, and Chair Bono, thank you. We definitely need to get this right. I know where most of you stand in this room. A lot of folks from the Jewish community who I've also been meeting with truly do have that fear of being heard, because not from everyone, but from words that people say here. And some of it might be because you don't understand the language that strikes fear in them. And I think that's true going the other direction as well. That's another important reason why this conversation needs to happen. It's funny, in the past, I've joked with a few people in the past 2 years. I'm Christian, but I've been to temple and mosque more times than I've been to church, for sure. And I did go to church for Christmas, midnight mass in Colorado with my daughter, and the pastor gave a great sermon and mentioned shalom, salam, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said, shalom is not the absence of conflict. It means peace, but it also, what it means is people working together for each other's benefit. And we need to have these difficult conversations. We need to understand the language that impacts people and causes fear. It's really important. I have to say, the October 7th resolution that we did here, there wasn't a lot of, we didn't get a lot of people commenting on it. It was, it kind of came and we actually, I can't remember who, but we as a body, we revised it to the initial language to reflect our concern for the Palestinian people. But it didn't have any attention. And we fell short, I think, or I'll just say I fell short in not reaching out to Palestinian community to, you know, hear their voice. I'm definitely in favor of having this conversation. We need to do it, but we need to do it right. If folks from the Jewish community who are concerned about language that's been expressed here and are concerned about this conversation aren't a part of this conversation, and the only way they're going to be a part of it is if they feel safe in that arena, we have to be sure that at least one of the two facilitators is wholly endorsed by people who have expressed their concerns by it. So no, we can't get 100% buy-in on both of them, but I think we can get 100% buy-in from one perspective and 100% buy-in from the other. So that needs to be first and foremost the most important thing. I'm not going to preclude a conversation about a ceasefire, but I don't want it to be the direction. If this conversation doesn't bring people together and then there's this rush to do a ceasefire resolution, I don't think that there's value in that. It's a real empty effort. So this conversation needs to happen, and I hope that we have great moderators and facilitators that first, you know, create from the outset of this conversation, create a warm, open, inviting place where people feel safe, no matter what their perspective is. And then if it evolves into another conversation about ceasefire or resolution, so be it. But I don't want to give specific direction because there's too much potential for that to go sideways, I think. I don't want to preclude, I don't want to say that it can't happen. Buy-in from both communities is critical to this conversation. And if we don't build a forum where that both communities feel safe in that room and then can have conversation and shalom, salam, then it's an empty statement. So I think that questions for staff. I looked it up. The next ERAC meeting is scheduled for the 28th of this month. And then the proposed date for the conversation is not a meeting, it's a open forum. And that's the 20th of February?
Please, actually, staff hasn't been updated with regard to the date of the actual event since the November 19th meeting. So hearing tonight, February the 25th, that wasn't a date that was communicated to us.
So I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you clearly.
So the February 25th date that you're referring to as the event, staff was not, that wasn't communicated to staff from the ad hoc subcommittee.
Can we, yes, that's fine.
That date was arrived at during our November meeting discussion because generally speaking, our meetings are always held on the fourth Tuesday of the month, and the 25th is the fourth Tuesday of the month. So that's why, I mean, unless something has really gone amazingly wrong with my memory, I mean, I remember talking about it at our November meeting that our February meeting would be the community conversation. Our meetings are held on the fourth Tuesday of the month, therefore it's the 25th. I mean, we can do it a different day, but I mean, that's the date, the fourth Tuesday is the date we usually hold our meetings.
As long as it's in February, whatever date that is.
Yeah, the next meeting, I'm sorry, Dana Anderson, Human Resources Director. So as mentioned here, we have not received an updated plan with respect to the proposed community conversation. topic or what was going to actually occur. So a date typically wouldn't be determined when we don't have an actual outline of a plan. We can look as far as the upcoming meeting on January 28th to see what that looks like and if we can plan for that date. But I think it's a little premature at this point to just have a date when, as the chair mentioned today, we haven't received facilitator information. Moderator, there's not a confirmed plan or direction from council as far as which way we're actually going. So, I mean, we're happy to work towards that, but just to clarify, the staff we have not received a confirmed date.
Okay, well, I think we can confirm the date tonight. And then we'll give guidelines, parameters for how the facilitators are selected,
That would be
and a broad direction on format. I think that's what we want to do. I think that's, yeah.
Testing, thank you. Just a reminder to the audience and to the mayor that this meeting is recorded, so people shouting out from the audience, it may not pick up on the recording. So if the mayor wants to recognize somebody and have them come to the podium, that's fine. But otherwise, please refrain from shouting out from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's nail down our date and where we're going to, what the parameters are. I would like to put out there that I personally like the subcommittee to meet again, ideally, if it's possible, before the 28th. And with staff, take recommendations from who you've already received input from, and any other community member who has access to resources to meetings over. Anyone else who has access to resources, individuals who could facilitate. I know I'll get feedback from folks in the Jewish community, and I'll forward those along myself. But I think that's critical. And something else I would ideally like to have happen, hopefully we can lock down who these two facilitators are soon, is it would be great if they communicated prior to the date of the community conversation.
I think,
so Mayor,
just to speak clearly, I think that would be, speaking honestly, I think that would be a little challenging considering typically the body needs to approve the program and the facilitators, and that would be January 28th. The ad hoc committee can meet, sporadically as they choose, but they have to present to the body for approval, and that would be January 28th.
Right.
Just considering preparation and time and securing facilities and so forth. That is my concern with having an effective, efficient plan.
Mayor, may I please?
I'm going to allow Ms. Bonner to respond.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to assure everyone that we would be more than ready by February 25th if we should have the community conversation on the February 25th, because we actually started talking about, not only has our subcommittee met, we have actually met at least a couple of times now with the facilitators. They have met with each other without the presence of the subcommittee members to discuss their plan and approach. They know each other. They feel comfortable working with each other. Yes, we do have still that step to take to present the updated recommendations and so forth that we will be making to ERAP. But the broad plan, the broad outline that we have already shared at our November meeting with the ERAC committee was approved by ERAC, and our subcommittee was tasked with the task to hash out the details, which we have been diligently working on. And so when we get to officially present our report to ERAC on January 28th, we will have pretty much most of the details already worked out, if not all the details worked out. And one of the only major details that's not determined already in terms of our subcommittee's planning is securing facility, which we obviously need to work with staff to secure appropriate facilities for the community conversation. But other than that, we have been already putting in a lot of work to take care of the details and so forth. So I do believe we would be more than ready by February 25th if you allow us to have the event then.
So Mayor, I support the February 25th as long as it sounds like Chair Bono is prepared. If you have staff reports of everything done and we can secure a facility, I'm supportive of that date. I just want to make sure it's not taxing on my staff to get these things done and delayed. So we're okay to move forward with February 25th as long as the chair commits that these things are done and will be done timely.
Okay. I'm going to say one last thing then and let council members chime in. It's just absolutely critical for that January 28th meeting that we've received some emails from community members who are very articulate. I feel have the best intentions for everyone, and they should be consulted. If there's not comfort in what that space is, you're only gonna have one community show up to it, and then it's not gonna be believed in. So, Councilor Fish.
Just thank you for your continued engagement, Chair Bono and the ERAC. Thank you to everyone who showed up to express their feelings on this really important topic, and I'm looking forward to the conversations. Thank you to city staff as well.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for answering the questions, and thank you to staff as well. Just the three things that are coming up for me, which routinely come up, is thinking about process, thinking about data, and thinking about how we measure success. So again, none of this should be new, but thinking about the process of what voices we're including, selection, even event planning, outreach. I'm thinking about, because February is Black History Month, the MLK event was postponed. I thought I heard that they were moving it to February, so I'd be a little, just want to be mindful that there is not overlap for those gatherings. I hope that we can be mindful and intentional there. So, you know, February is very soon, not as soon as the affordable housing deadline, but also very soon. So thinking about, you know, how we incorporate all, because I don't really see this as two groups, while folks who are coming out seem to be identifying themselves in that way. I'm thinking about how we as a city are modeling how we engage with all of our stakeholders and community members, and upholding sort of a like a standard of care. How are we doing that? How can we maintain a fidelity to this? Is this something that we live in a world that is deeply complicated, and unfortunately a lot, you know, bad things happen. As additional things happen, whether they are abroad or nationally, like I said, there's probably going to be some things that we bear witness to that are going to be very alarming, that people will likely have thoughts about. And how can we make sure that we are holding space for our neighbors who might be asking for the city or potentially the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee to lean in and foster those conversations. So as we do that, just being really clear on process. So one community, so we're already hearing that because there was a resolution that was passed and people feel like they weren't a part of it. People feel like they weren't at the table. So I want to be very intentional as we move forward to not sort of replicate that. And again, there's never anything that we do that 100% folks are excited and are happy about. That's just a part of it. But how can we model good outreach? How can we model good processes? How can we model making sure that we are doing our due diligence and reaching out to as many folks as want to be a part of it? It's very concerning that I'm hearing that some folks who offered support, maybe we can do it. I'm also thinking about, I mentioned the hate crimes in the county. I mentioned the local hate crimes, but just to sort of lift up in the room, hate crimes increased 45% in LA County. And just to share, there were 99 anti-transgender crimes, religious crimes spiked 90%. Jewish anti-hate crimes rose 91%. African Americans were again grossly overrepresented in reported racial hate crimes, constituting 49% of racial hate crimes. The 320 anti-Black crimes were the highest number ever reported. Anti-LGBTQ crimes rose 48%, 173 to 256. So again, there's a long list of groups that have been identified across the county in terms of having needs that I would assume are also reflected here. And again, it's never oppression Olympics. It's never, at least I don't want to further that, but as our obligation to all folks in our community, thinking about how we're being data driven, how we're going to model success in terms of the outcome of the event. I heard a member of the community having a desire to have many conversations. So what does it look like to do that? So there's just a lot of questions. We want to make sure that everyone feels like they're valued, that they have the opportunity to come to our meetings, committee meetings, et cetera, and participate and have the topics that they want to discuss be discussed. But, again, we're sort of in this scenario because decisions were made without, a lot of outreach. And I just want to make sure that we are intentional as we move forward because everything that we do, as we see, for better or for worse, no judgment there, are going to be held up for us to continue. So it looks like we might have some light back. Wonderful. So yeah, that's all. Hopefully we can have some systems in place as we move forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the resolve to working with one another, the ability to make sense of the confusion that's out there, and more importantly, a safe and welcoming space for dialogue. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Cruz.
No, thank you for your work.
Okay. So we need a motion to direct.
We need we need a motion to approve the modification of the ERAC work plan to hold a courageous conversation event with the title, with an anticipated date of February 25, TBD, or to be confirmed. And we need to authorize the city manager and human resources director, as applicable, to approve all contracts as deemed appropriate in relation to the event planning, facilitation, and production, and then to authorize the city attorney to prepare and review the necessary documents, authorize the city manager to execute such documents on behalf of the city, and provide other direction, which you seem to have done. So we'll take a motion in a second, please.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor O'Brien.
Seconded.
second by Councilmember Fish. How do you vote, Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Abstain.
Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
That motion passes 4 ayes and 1 abstained. 4 ayes, no. One is-
Okay, question, City Clerk.
Yes, we've already talked about this internally with other staff.
And
We could potentially move item A4 to the next meeting. One of the items for January 27th was moved to February 10th. So that leaves, I think, enough room to be able to handle this. I just have 2 quick concerns. Actually, I don't think I do now. January 15th is the sanitation meeting. And Vice Mayor Puzo, were you going to attend that? Okay, so what will happen is all of the members will stay as was, except we'll just have no one to replace where Councilmember Erickson was. Then there's the LA Selection Committee, which is on January 21st. I'm just going through the different meetings that are coming up before our next city council meeting. So that selection meeting, who's on that? That is Councilmember McMorrin and Councilmember and Mayor O'Brien. So I believe you would be the officio representative as the mayor for that one. Are you back on the 21st?
Yes.
Okay, so you can attend that one?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then January 22nd is the planned CCUSD / City Council Liaison Subcommittee, and that is also Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember McMorrin, and you'll be able to attend those, yeah? No?
Yeah.
Oh, you will? Okay, great. Okay, then we can remove this from tonight's agenda and move forward to the remaining items, which would be public comment for items not on the agenda, and we have 1 speaker here.
Yeah.
Denise Neal.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, council members, and community at large. Happy New Year. Welcome to your first meeting. I wanted to say that resolve is a really good New Year's word. I heard that, mentioned a few times tonight. And I really like the Courageous Conversations title that someone gave for the upcoming talks. Hopefully that'll be a series and not a one-time thing. I would like to know if on Martin Luther King Day, actually on the 20th, if we're still able to do some type of community forum and town hall meeting behind this inauguration event. I feel like we really need to look at the fact that we're a sanctuary city and, we need to know what's happening with our funding, what the president's planning to do. And we really need to kick into gear as a community to figure out how we're going to handle all the things we need to do for the community. I don't know if a community watch party publicly is even, possible, something like we did for the Olympics at the Town Plaza. But definitely, I don't know if it'll be a one-time thing that you could do for a town hall or a community forum, but we need brainstorming sessions in the community on how we're going to address all these current crises going on, our responses to these crises, and we have to remember that Apple also offered to help us with housing. It's something they do. So we need to maybe call Apple back to see how they can contribute to our housing solutions and how we're going to talk to our federal representatives and county.
Time is expired. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'd like to get some meetings on the.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Okay, closing comments from council members. Councilmember Fish.
Thank you, Mayor. Really appreciated the folks who came out and spoke today. I just wanted to quickly say thank you to, and I realize a lot of them are gone, but I really wanted to say a quick thank you to city staff. That specifically, I got to meet with each director of every department, and it was a great experience. I just really appreciate that you each made yourselves available to me, and I'm looking forward to working together. I think we have a really fantastic group of hardworking people that I've gotten to appreciate. And I also want to just say thank you to my colleagues for helping me get acclimated to my first meeting. The new items is after this, I imagine, or is it now? Okay. You know, one thing that I heard uplifted was the need for, you know, an understanding of our evacuation plans in the event of an emergency. I understand the city has evacuation plans in place. I heard this from one commenter, Chris Michelle, and then others that have reached out to me and expressed a desire to understand how the city is moving to encourage quick response times. So that when disaster strikes, catastrophe strike, that emergency vehicles can get access to people's homes. We saw, and David Metzler had this comment, we saw in the Palisades, the cars that were blocking access to people's homes, that fire crews there were hours spent just bulldozing people's cars out of the street that were abandoned. So I was just curious if any council members would be interested in asking the city, what can we do to better prepare, if anything, for a catastrophic event like that, in terms of mobility? What can the city do to better prepare? It doesn't have to be a long report, but I'm just curious what our experts on city staff would recommend, and I'm curious if my colleagues would be open to that. And then finally, you know, we saw that these fires spread predominantly through embers that were, you know, that were flowing through the air and would ignite onto people's homes. I was looking at the CAL FIRE guidelines for protecting your home against fires, and there's some things there in our building and safety code that we might be able to improve. I'm curious if there's interest in either of those items, getting a report back from perhaps our planning department in terms of what we can do to either incentivize homeowners or even require strengthened fire safety guidelines when it comes to constructing homes, such as making sure vegetation is, you know, outside of that 5-foot zone, where when it's inside that zone, we're more prone to ignite and spread fires that way. So those are my two.
I think we could have a request for a presentation by our emergency team. We recently had one, but it didn't go into the weeds. We approved a updated plan, I think in October or November. But I'm open to nodding my head to a presentation on that.
Yeah, I'm fine supporting both. I just want to elevate though. I think the management plan, if I'm not mistaken, I thought it came back annually for our review. I mean, I could be wrong on that. If not, then maybe it comes sooner. And then in terms of the embers and building safety code, I hope that when we have our conversation that the vice mayor agendas in December, climate emergency, that we might be able to include sort of a planning discussion there as well. Thanks.
We could wrap it into that.
Into the climate emergency.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the building one. For the, okay, so that makes sense. And then for the mobility one, it's just what can our city do to make sure that when something happens, what can we do to prepare for that moment where, you know, we have a lot of, obviously a lot of congestion in our city. We're a big job center. So what happens when folks need to evacuate? It sounds like we have an evacuation plan in order. This would be more about how do we prepare to allow for people to get out of the city? What can we do right now to make our city more mobile, to prepare for events like that so that we don't have cars blocking fire crews from being able to fight fires?
Yeah. Feels under the umbrella of the same conversation, but on the edge of the umbrella. Can we put that in with that same conversation?
With the climate emergency?
Is that, what do you think, John? Okay, yeah, it's
how it's packaged.
Yeah, I think it can all be in the same conversation.
If we're going to go over the complete emergency management plan, I would really love to make sure that both fire, police, and transportation are in that conversation.
Yeah, maybe it could be rolled into that, and that would be fine if it were not just here's our evacuation plan, but here's what the city, here's the infrastructure the city could put into place, and it can reference other plans. It's just here's what the city is already doing and what we could be doing better to facilitate easier evacuations in the event of an emergency. That goes beyond just on the day of, you know, of a catastrophe, here's what we do. What can we be doing right now to prepare? So if that is more convenient to be rolled into that conversation.
Vice Mayor, is that okay? I know that was your initial.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. Thank you.
And we have the three nodding heads with Councilmember Fish, McMorrin, and Brian.
So mine is bringing back our state of emergency. I know some of the metrics of success and some of the contracts that we had in the past we don't have any longer. I know we didn't get an update today, which is fine, but when staff is ready, I'd like to evaluate that order as well as potentially receive an update, potentially updating some of those metrics and how we're collecting data around our state of emergency on homelessness.
Can that be included in our homelessness update? Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I don't have anything. May I have a,
I just wanted to, reiterate that we have the consensus to agendize the development community meetings discussion that you did earlier.
I'm sorry, could you?
The thing that Michael Coffey brought up regarding the number of community meetings and that whole development discussion that you agreed to.
3 meetings in 1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So just to make sure we have those 3 items listed so that we can add it to our list of council consensus items. Great, thank you so much.
To adjourn.
Okay, second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, second by Vice Mayor Puza to adjourn. How do you vote? Councilmember Fitch.
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Aye.
Councilmember Vera. Vice Mayor Puza.
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien.
Aye.
The time is 1:26 in the morning. We are adjourned. We'll see you on January 27th here again at the Senior Center. Thank you.